Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. And these are our top stories. The French President Emmanuel Macron says security guarantees for Ukraine are ready. That's following a crucial coalition of the willing meeting with Zelensky in Paris. The number of people killed in a funicular tram crash in Lisbon rises to 16 as Portugal declares a day of mourning. And Lisbon's mayor says the city needs answers. Plus, pressure on the UK's Deputy Prime Minister to resign mounts over a tax error as she fights for her political future. To our top story, the French President Emmanuel Macron has said security guarantees for Ukraine are ready after a hosting of the Coalition of the Willing meeting in Paris with President Zelensky today. The Ukraine leader has also said the US should be part of security guarantees. He also said he's discussed putting pressure on Russia during a call with Donald Trump. Now, for more on this story, we're joined by our correspondent, Ross Cullen, who is in Paris. Ross, thanks for joining us. Zelensky saying that Russia is rejecting any actual peace initiative. How is that shaping the mood and the urgency inside the summit there?
Yeah, that's right, Jono. We had the summit drawing to a close just a short time ago in the building you can see behind me. That's the Élysée Palace here in the French capital, the French presidential office and residence, and that is where Volodymyr Zelensky was in person, along with many of the dignitaries, Ursula von der Leyen from the EU, Mark Rutte from NATO. The British Prime Minister was the co-chair, along with Emmanuel Macron. Steve Witkoff, US Special Envoy, also here in Paris. And really the mood was trying to bring back that momentum and try to regain the momentum after the European leaders met Donald Trump in last month in the White House, after he himself met Vladimir Putin in Alaska on the 15th of August. So certainly urgency and momentum, really trying to put the ball back in Russia's court to force Moscow to agree to a ceasefire.
And more about that, we also heard Emmanuel Macron saying that further sanctions could be on the cards from the Trump administration. That's if Russia refuses to talk. Ross, how united are the EU and Washington on this front?
Yeah, that is one of the points that's important to note. Steve Witkoff here for coordination between Washington and Paris on behalf of all of Ukraine's other Western allies. And they range from across the EU to Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand as well, rowing in behind Emmanuel Macron to support Ukraine now and also after the war has come to a conclusion. And it was interesting to note that there was a call with Donald Trump after the morning of meetings here with the US leader to ensure that he was kept up to speed with the latest thinking here in Europe in terms of security guarantees, but also get that agreement, as you point out, Jono, that there will be an increase in sanctions by Washington and by the European Union if Russia does not move in the coming days towards agreeing a bilateral summit, that much discussed bilateral summit between Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky.
Zelensky also stating as well in the last hour or so that the US has to provide these security guarantees, and Emmanuel Macron has said that the US needs to be very clear on their stance with regards to this. So what is the feeling fresh on the feet of that announcement and that speech earlier on? What is the feeling in Paris about America's role in all of this?
Well, European allies got the chance, Jono, to ask Steve Witkoff directly. The US Special Envoy has visited Moscow and St. Petersburg so far this year to speak directly to Vladimir Putin to try to ensure that coordination is continuing as much as possible. That Washington-Moscow dialogue is open, and he was here as well to answer questions from the Europeans, to put forward as well the US point of view to ensure that the designing of the US security architecture can be done in concert with Ukraine's other allies. And Emmanuel Macron did say earlier in his closing news conference that we will expect a final announcement a precision of how the US security guarantee will look in the next couple of days or so. We know that the European security guarantees will be the deployment of troops inside Ukraine. Some 26 nations have agreed to deploy their soldiers the day after a peace agreement is signed. What the Europeans see as critical and what Ukraine sees as crucial as well is that there is the US participation in that security guarantee framework to deter any future Russian aggression.
I just want to very quickly circle back to that, Ross. You mentioned the countries that are ready to send in those troops to strengthen Ukraine's defence. How credible and concrete are those commitments? Anybody else talking about that in Paris at the moment?
Yeah, Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer, so France and the UK have been in the vanguard of this, but the French president saying there are 24 other countries who are joining France and the UK with a commitment to send in soldiers once a peace agreement is signed for a reassurance force. The French president saying it will be not to go to war with Russia, but to be there to dissuade Russia and to support Ukraine on the land, in the air and also at sea. The deployment of coalition warships potentially to Ukrainian waters to protect Ukrainian ports, and that reassurance force. What we did have from Emmanuel Macron, though, is no official announcement of the geography of where it will be in Ukraine. The deployment of the soldiers won't be on the front line, he said, but they will be in Ukraine, without going into further specifics. But that also a major movement from the French president to announce that more than 20 nations have now signed up to deploy their troops inside Ukraine once a peace agreement is signed. Jono?
Even before we had the discussion and the summit today, we'd heard of Russia's reaction, and Putin had warned and again reiterated that he'll achieve his aims through military force. So how is that shaping up the discussions, and what influence has that actually had on the meeting that we've seen today?
Well, both from the discussions with the US, which happened this afternoon, and the discussions beforehand this morning between mostly the Europeans and other Western allies, they really feel that they want to force Moscow to move urgently in the coming days to agree to that bilateral summit, or else face sanctions, or at the very least move in the direction of a peace framework. Vladimir Putin has offered to host a conference with Volodymyr Zelensky in Moscow. That's an absolute non-starter for Ukraine for a whole range of different reasons, but Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said he's willing to meet in neutral Switzerland or Austria or Turkey as well for that discussion. Russia did have that meeting with North Korea, President Putin and Kim Jong-un in Beijing on Wednesday, just showing the close coordination there between those nations, and they also appeared publicly with Xi Jinping. So today was a chance for Ukraine's European allies to come together and show that they are also standing fully square behind their ally.
Ross Cullen, live in Paris. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to continue this conversation. We're joined from Vienna by Franek Vyakorka, the Chief of Staff to Belarus's opposition leader. First of all, let's talk about President Zelensky. He's saying everyone agrees that Russia is rejecting any peace initiative. Now, from your perspective in Belarus, how do you read Moscow's continued refusal to engage here?
Just Putin doesn't want peace. Putin is interested to continue war so long as possible, because the war, it fuels the regime, it gives him money, it justifies repression. And I don't see any reason for Putin to stop the war right now, because economy, let's take economy, it's growing only because the war continues. So all these games with Trump by Putin, I see as the teasing time, winning time, but there is no real intention to achieve the peace deal or ceasefire.
Franek, Macron and, of course, the other leaders today at the summit talking about these new sanctions with the US if Russia holds out and doesn't come to the negotiating table. Do you believe that tougher sanctions are realistically going to change Vladimir Putin's stance?
American sanctions can be imposed, but Trump is hesitating. He thinks that he still can make a deal with Putin. If Lindsey Graham proposal in the U.S. Congress about the 500% tariffs will be accepted, will be adopted, it will be a huge blow on Russian economy, on Russian war machine. But so far, nothing has happened. And also, America has such tool as a secondary sanctions on all the governments, all the countries which are buying Russian products. Still, this tool is available available but not used. And European sanctions. Europeans can really use the oil price cap. So far, it's not used in full, but if it will be done, if the price of oil will be reduced, of course it will be hit and blow on Putin. And as Trump mentioned in the conversation with Zelensky, still many European countries are buying Russian oil, and this is something which is fueling the Russian war machine too.
We mentioned with Ross just a moment ago, but he spoke about some countries being ready to send troops and they're going to strengthen Ukraine's air defence. How do these moves affect Belarus, given your close alignment with Moscow?
Lukashenko's regime in Belarus is closely connected to Putin. And as weaker Russia is, weaker Lukashenko is in Belarus. And if Ukraine wins, if Ukraine succeeds, if war stops, it will be the opening for us. And the new wave of protests, even the new wave of revolution, which started 5 years ago, can take place. So we are looking at these developments with a big hope that Ukraine will be supported, that Ukraine will receive all the security guarantees. If it happens, then Ukraine can play much a bigger role for Belarus too. Just imagine there is a peace, there is ceasefire, Ukraine is stabilizing, and then it can conduct the proactive foreign policy inside Belarus too.
Fernak, you did touch on this a little while ago, and Zelensky has said that he's raised pressure on Russia during that call with Donald Trump. What role do you actually see Washington, particularly the Trump administration, playing in shaping the outcome here of this war?
Crucial role. And the position of Trump will decide on many things, maybe on everything. If Trump will take tough position on Putin from the very beginning, the war would probably have ended already. But this attempt to appease Putin, to play with Putin, to make a deal with him, it only bring new victims in Ukraine. But I think that this understanding to Trump is coming. It's coming to American administration, to American Congress, and we see the rhetoric has changed, and Trump is getting more and more anti-Russian, more and more aggressive in his attitude towards Putin. And I think very soon we will see a different Trump, different from the one we saw in the beginning of his presidential term.
So the coalition of the willing have been discussing this extensive military plan, the security guarantees from the US as well. Do you think this summit is actually going to be a real turning point for Ukraine? And for countries like Belarus who are watching so closely, what's your overall opinion?
I think it's President Zelensky's big success to create such a powerful and broad coalition and gather everyone together and receive their agreement to send troops. This is a very powerful message to Putin. Putin is not happy. Putin's spokesperson already mentioned that this is not security, it's insecurity guarantees. Russia is afraid of having troops in Ukraine, but also Lukashenko. Lukashenko in Belarus, who is fully dependent on Russia, he realizes if Europeans and Americans will be in Ukraine, if Ukraine will be successful on the way of reforms and European integration, NATO integration, Belarusian society will get inspired too. And the coup, the protest, the revolution can happen in Belarus too, because Belarusians, they want Europe. They don't want to be part of Russia. And I think this all Belarusian population is watching Ukraine right now with a big, big hope and optimism.
What are you expecting, Franek, President Trump to do right now, given this fresh summit, given the fresh calls on him to have some intervention here? What were you expecting, or what would you like to see the Trump administration do in order to see some real change here?
First of all, to provide Ukraine with weapons, with all the stuff Ukraine needs right now to stop Russian invasion. Second, to put pressure on Putin, impose tariffs, impose sanctions, isolate Putin, do not play these games in appeasement, and also to reunite with the European partners, because transatlantic unity is key. If we want to stop Russian aggression in Europe, it's important Washington, Brussels, and all European capitals working together on that.
We're already hearing as well from some EU parties that there may be some cracks forming in this so far. Not everyone is united in saying that they will support and get behind Ukraine, and that due to historical ties, perhaps, as we've heard before. Do you think that this could jeopardise it in some way and jeopardise these deals that we're seeing being handled at the moment?
Of course it can. Of course it can jeopardize. Of course everything might happen. No one can predict what will happen next week or next month. The only thing which is stable and clear that Russia, with the help of Lukashenko in Belarus, they will not stop. And even if they will get any ceasefire right now, they will just use this time to prepare for another war. And the next victim could be not Ukraine, not Belarus, but Baltic states. And of course, Russians are using their allies within the European Union and also in America to lobby for giving up Ukraine. And here we have to explain that this is not only about Ukraine and Russia, this is about fight between democracy and tyranny.
Franak via Corca, there we must leave it, but thank you so much for joining us. Portugal is in mourning after a tragic crash involving Lisbon's historic Gloria funicular killed 16 people, while more than 20 others have been injured. The 140-year-old cable car derailed and slammed into a building near Liberty Avenue, trapping several passengers. Officials say that foreign nationals are among the victims, and investigators are trying to determine what caused the disaster, as Lisbon's mayor says that the city needs answers. Here's more of what he had to say alongside the Portuguese Prime Minister at a press conference that took place earlier today.
This is one of the greatest human tragedies in our recent history. The immediate priority was to rescue the victims. The authorities will quickly carry out the necessary investigations to determine the cause of this tragic accident, including the Office for the Prevention and Investigation of Aircraft Accidents and Judicial Police, which has been involved from the outset.
Anything that can be said at the moment is mere speculation. The city needs answers. On behalf of the people of Lisbon, I am the first person to want everything to be investigated. I asked the President of CARIS not only to open an internal investigation last night, but also an external independent investigation, which will ascertain all responsibilities in the shortest possible time.
Now let's take a look at some of the other stories that are making the headlines today. A US court has ruled that the Trump administration's decision to freeze more than $2 billion in funding for Harvard University is in fact illegal. A federal judge said that the government violated the Ivy League's free speech rights and didn't follow proper procedures. The administration has claimed that it is withholding funds over the school's supposed failure to protect Jewish students and fostering anti-Semitism on campus. Shein has taken down an online product listing that used the likeness of Luigi Marigione on a model on a T-shirt. Marigione is currently facing a death penalty after being accused of killing a United Healthcare's CEO. The fast fashion giant says it is conducting its own investigation. Italian fashion legend Giorgio Armani has died at the age of 91. The company announced the news earlier today. Armani was considered the face of modern Italian style and built a fashion empire, turning over billions each year. He had been sick and missed his first ever Milan Men's Fashion Week show in June of this year. The Armani Group says a funeral chamber will open in Milan this weekend, with a private service to follow. And finally, one of the world's biggest icebergs is quickly breaking up into large chunks. That's according to scientists from the British Antarctic Survey. The A23A iceberg previously weighed about 1 trillion metric tons and spanned a whopping 3,672 square kilometres. To our next story, the UK's Deputy Prime Minister is fighting for her political future, and there are calls for her to resign after she admitted that she underpaid tax on a flat. Angela Rayner, who is also the Housing Secretary, has denied that she tried to dodge paying extra tax and called the error a mistake based on legal advice that she received at the time. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has backed the Deputy, but an investigation by his standards advisor into whether she broke ministerial rules is currently ongoing. Now, for more on this story, we're joined by former Labour Party official Richard Parris-Saeed. Richard, thank you for joining us. First of all, how serious is this stamp duty issue for Angela Rayner, politically speaking at least?
It's enormously serious. It definitely could be the end of her her career, or at least a very major bump in that career. She is helped by the fact that she is a deputy leader of the Labour Party in her own right. Sir Keir Starmer can't take that away from her, but he could take away from her the fact that she's Deputy Prime Minister and Housing Secretary. So it's a big worry for her. I think she's made an honest mistake. That's my kind of judgment on the basis of what I know of her personally, and also, from looking at the reports that we've seen. But it's a big worry for her and her team.
Now, she, as you said, has admitted the mistake. She's denied any wrongdoing. Is that going to be enough, you think, to hold on to her position?
So it all really does depend on what this independent standards advisor says. He's got a pretty good record in Westminster. He's respected across the political spectrum. So, he has previously forced more junior ministers from this Labour government to resign from their posts because they were considered to have broken various rules. So, if his judgment on Angela Rayner goes against her, then I think she's in trouble. But if it doesn't, then she will live to fight another day.
Well, Keir Starmer, other cabinet ministers also standing behind Angela Rayner on this. But this is supposed to be the party who said, well, we're going to weed out this kind of behaviour. So how strong really is that support?
So it's kind of hard to know, right? I think with regards to this thing about, being the politically clean party, all parties promise it and then all parties fail. I would say that, I'm a partisan for the Labour Party, of course, but I would say that I think Starmer's got a pretty good record of kicking people out if the standards advisor or whoever finds against them. That's not something that could be said equally of, for instance, his predecessor, Boris Johnson, who ultimately got pushed out by his own party because he defended Conservative ministers and MPs who had broken the rules. There is a question about how much political support Sir Keir Starmer really wants to give Angela Rayner. She is seen as being one of the strongest challengers to his leadership. She's also coming at him from the left ideologically and is putting pressure on him in policy terms. She's advocated for a wealth tax of some sort. She's very much pushing very hard on workers' rights as part of this government's agenda, which isn't something that all of his allies want to do. But so far, he seems to be backing her up pretty strongly.
But taking aside from that, the backing of Keir Starmer or not, surely the optics make it a little bit difficult for sympathy from the public, at least. The housing minister bending the rules somewhat like this doesn't paint a great picture.
The optics are very bad, and I think that you have to see this in terms of Britain has a very, very right-wing media, of course, and they hate Angela Rayner, right? She's the person who's pushing for strong workers' rights from day one of employment here in the UK. She's always backed our trade unions. Well, most of the time she's backed our trade unions. She's the person who's pushing hardest for 1.5 million council homes to be built here in the UK. So, she's seen as being a leading light of at least the soft left, as we call it. Therefore, she is always going to be very aggressively criticised by the British media. But then again, she's got enormous support amongst the Labour Party's membership, the Labour Party's parliamentary party, its MPs. And also, actually, if you look at which Labour senior politicians, just Labour voters more generally, support and like, she's very high up that list. So I think in many ways, she's still an electoral asset.
We still can see how people might think, and certainly the Conservatives, given the fact that in 2023, Nadhim Zahawi, she was quite vocal on his wrongdoings, as it was seen at the time. So the Conservatives now say that her position is untenable. Is there traction potentially with that line, do you think?
So yes and no. Yes, there's traction because there was this very specific thing where she called for him to resign on the basis of him having paid the wrong amount of tax after having been given what appears to have been incorrect advice, and indeed she called for him to resign before the ministerial advisor on standards, this ethics watchdog, had made a decision about how bad they thought his behavior had been. So that's the argument against her. The argument for her is that her case and Nadim Zahawi's are very, very different. She's done two things, right? She's put her share of ownership of a house in a trust. That's in order to protect it for her disabled son so that he'll have security as he grows older. And then she's done a second thing, which is pay a certain amount of stamp duty on a second home, which turns out to have been the wrong amount. And she did that after getting the wrong advice, she says, and I believe her. Nadim Zahawi did something pretty fundamentally different. He founded and owned a company, a very successful company. He made millions of pounds from selling it. He put that into an offshore account for no reason other than avoiding the tax on it. Then the ownership of those funds, I think I'm getting the detail right here, was transferred between him and different family members over several years, again, apparently with no reason other than avoiding the tax. Her case and his just look very different, I think, once you look at the detail.
I guess the argument would be that avoidance is avoidance regardless of what the bigger picture is with that, and I think that may be what the public probably are looking at, and then it depends on what the standards advisor finds as well. And the question is, Richard, if the standards advisor does find against her, is her position untenable? Will Angela Rayner really have to go?
I actually think she would want to. I think that the kind of sensible thing politically in that kind of situation is to hold your hands up, say sorry, have a period of time showing that you've understood that you've got something wrong, and then that means you can come back from it. That tends to be the pattern in British politics. But obviously she's hoping, and those of us like me who support her are really hoping that he won't find against her.
Well, Richard Parasite, thank you so much for joining us on W News. Now, there's speculation over the state of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's health following apparent efforts to conceal clues about it. That's after a video emerged of staff wiping down pretty much anything the North Korean leader might have touched during his visit to Beijing to join China's Grand Military Parade earlier this week. Frank Smith has this report from Seoul.
The budding friendship between North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and Russian President Vladimir Putin was on full display in Beijing. In their meeting in the Chinese capital, Kim vowed full support for Russia in its war against Ukraine.
As I mentioned to you during our previous meeting, if there is any way we can assist Russia, we will certainly do it as fraternal duty. We will spare no effort in providing help to Russia.
Despite the brotherly affection, video has emerged showing meticulous measures to conceal clues about Kim's health. The clip, posted by a Russian journalist on social media, shows North Korean staff carefully wiping down the arms and back of the chair Kim sat on during talks with Putin, his drinking glass also removed. Reports also say the armored train Kim rode to China for the military parade is equipped with its own private lavatory designed to prevent any biometric data leak that might give hints about his physical condition. That, according to South Korean and other intelligence agencies. This isn't the first time these sorts of protocols have been in place and are designed to prevent foreign intelligence from getting hold of Chairman Kim's biological samples for testing and analysis. That even applies to agencies from countries with friendly relations with North Korea. Analysts have long speculated over the possible health problems Kim faces. Recent reports say Kim is putting on weight and may be struggling with high blood pressure and diabetes. It also comes after the North Korean leader brought his teenage daughter, Kim Joo-ae, to Beijing this week in her first public outing overseas. It's fueled speculation she may be successor to the Kim family dynastic rule over the nuclear-armed state.
For North Korean citizens, seeing UI's exposure expand from within the country to overseas will likely reinforce the perception that she's almost certainly moving toward becoming the successor.
Details about Kim Joo-a's age aren't clear, although reports suggest she may be around 13 years old. Officially, she can't be designated as successor in North Korea until she turns 20. But analysts aren't ruling out her father putting aside that rule to formally appoint her as early as the 9th Party Congress in January next year. Frank Smith, Al Arabiya English, Seoul.
India has cut taxes on hundreds of goods in a bid to reduce the potential impact from US tariffs. Food items, school supplies and insurance are all set to become cheaper, but experts say the slashed taxes could actually lead to revenue losses of up to $6 billion for the government. For more on this story, we're joined by economist Laurie Laird. Laurie, thanks for joining us. Are you surprised that India has done this, and will it have an overall impact on its economy, do you think?
I'm not terribly surprised. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has talked about sort of streamlining the GST, the goods and services tax. And a lot of people, a lot of outsiders and insiders think that the establishment of this GST is one of his greatest accomplishments in office. It replaced, 8 years ago, it replaced the whole series of state-by-state taxes. It made doing business across state lines in India very, very difficult. So the introduction of this tax was hailed across the world. There were 4 tranches, 4 different tax bands. He has now cut that to 2. Now, he has been talking about that for a while, but the extent to which the things that are going into the lower tax band is a little bit surprising. And it does feel like an attempt to get the Indian consumer spending and perhaps replace some of the activity that's lost to those Trumps applied by Donald Trump.
Let's look at the bigger picture here. Can India really retaliate against Trump's 50% tariffs, or is that impossible?
I mean, there are certain things India can do. I think that countries that have attempted to retaliate against the U.S. by imposing or putting tariffs on U.S. goods have not lived to tell the tale, right? They have been punished greatly. And Donald Trump and his team have said, well, okay, we're going to give some, this country or that country a break because they haven't retaliated. So I don't think India will go down that way. Certainly hasn't been any discussion of doing that. India is not a huge trading economy anyway. And that's one reason why these tariffs are probably not going to hurt the Indian economy that much. About 60% of Indian GDP comes from consumption, which is much, much higher than most developing economies. What India could do, though, is make it a lot harder for U.S. companies to set up in India. And it's already pretty difficult. But with India being the most populous country in the world and having a growing middle class, a lot of U.S., particularly consumer goods companies, are salivating about the prospects of setting up in India. India has a record of sort of changing the tax laws retroactively on a number of companies. Vodafone, for one, the UK telecoms company, got really caught up in a changing tax law, ended up going to court and having to pay a lot of back taxes that they didn't expect. That's the sort of thing that India could do to frustrate the U.S., to make it much more difficult for big U.S. companies to set up shop there.
Laurie, let's stay with Trump's tariffs for a moment, if we may. The president has asked the Supreme Council to save his emergency tariffs. How do you think and how do you envisage that playing out?
Yeah, this is an interesting story. It's not entirely unexpected, right? Donald Trump loves his litigation. And this follows a ruling last week that an appeals court said that that Donald Trump overstepped his powers by declaring an economic emergency to impose these tariffs. And, there is a little bit of cognitive dissonance going on here. We've heard Donald Trump on many occasions say the U.S. is the hottest economy in the world, right? So it's sort of difficult to square that with the fact that America is facing an economic emergency because of its trade deficit. So those two things can't really be true at the same time, can they? I don't think that this will get in the way of imposing these tariffs or extending these tariffs. I think Donald Trump will probably just find another aspect of trade law that he can use to categorize his tariffs. And not all of the tariffs have been imposed under these emergency powers. There are other bits of trade law, things to do with national security, that he may be able to dust off to keep these tariffs in place.
Let's talk about Donald Trump's pick for the new Fed governor. Of course, that will be pending the outcome of Lisa Cook and her case with President Trump to find out about her illegal firing, allegedly. He's testifying in front of a congressional committee today. But what can we expect from this? Is he going to get a bit of a grilling, do you think?
Oh, he really did. It's Stephen Myron, who is currently Donald Trump's chief economist. He faced the Senate Finance Committee today, and he did get a grilling, or at least from the Democrats on the committee. And it started out with Elizabeth Warren, who formerly has run for president, and she made it very clear that she did not believe that Myron could be independent of Trump. And she started her questioning by saying, okay, Dr. Myron, do you think that Donald Trump won the 2020 election? And she couldn't get a straight answer out of him. And her conclusion was that this man cannot be separated from Donald Trump. Other Democrats pointed out that Mr. Myron's appointment is only for a very short period of time. He's been appointed to fill the shoes of a governor called Adriana Kugler, who left quite abruptly. Her term was meant to end early next year, so this would only be a 4-month appointment. And a number of Democrats pointed out that Dr. Myron has pledged to take a leave of absence from his current role as the chief economist of the White House to fill that Fed role for a couple of months. And the conclusion that the Democrats came to was, if you don't do Donald Trump's bidding while you're at the Fed, how can you expect to walk back into your former job, which is being the chief economist for Donald Trump? And he really didn't have an answer for that. But it was really fascinating stuff. One thing we don't know quite yet is whether this confirmation process will be concluded before the Fed's next meeting, which starts on the 16th of September. Republicans in Congress would love to hurry this through. Whether they have the votes to do this is not entirely clear at the moment.
Surely this is one of the kind of the key messages that we've seen throughout this administration, is having as many fingers in as many pies as possible, politically speaking. And for Trump, this is the dream, to have one of his own on the inside.
Absolutely. And you mentioned Lisa Cook as well. It's not clear whether she's another Fed governor. There are 7 of them who vote on interest rates. It's not clear what will happen with her, although the mortgage official who initially accused her of some kind of mortgage fraud has said that he earlier today said he does think that she will be indicted. A criminal probe has been opened. We're not quite clear how this is going to play out, but it is concerning, because there are 2 members of that 7-strong board of governors who have supported lower interest rates. The other 5 have voted with Chair Powell, but there is also 5 others who vote on interest rates. These are comprised of the heads of regional Federal Reserve banks, which are dotted across the country. Now, all of those presidents, their terms come up for renewal at the end of February next year. If Trump is able to get a majority on the Board of Governors, they can in turn pick friendly or essentially deny the appointments of independent-minded regional heads of Fed banks. It's a little complicated, but in short, it means that Donald Trump has a reasonable chance of putting a majority, of handpicking a majority of Fed governors, giving him control of interest rates. It's a little bit concerning.
Indeed, yet another busy day in Washington, but Laurie Laird there, and we mustn't leave it. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, let's take a look at the top business news for today. American Eagle stocks have jumped by around 25%. The clothing brand says its campaign with actress Sydney Sweeney helped bring in new customers and boost their sales. The retailer, which just signed a deal with athlete Travis Kelce, has recently struggled with merchandising mistakes and with tariffs as well. A US court has told Google to pay $425 million for collecting users' data, even though they had turned off trafficking features. The ruling covers around 98 million users and 174 million devices. Google says it will appeal this decision. And turning to sport now, the 2025 NFL season kicks off today as the defending Super Bowl champions, the Philadelphia Eagles, play host to the Dallas Cowboys. The next game of the season is going to be tomorrow as the league returns to Sao Paulo in Brazil for a second Starlight season. And finally, the largest online football piracy network in the world, Stream East, has been shut down. Last year, the website recorded more than 1.6 billion visits. Stream East has offered users unauthorised access to matches across Europe's top football leagues. And a final reminder of our top stories. French President Emmanuel Macron says security guarantees for Ukraine are ready. That's following a crucial coalition of the willing meeting with Zelensky in Paris. The number of people killed in a funicular tram crash in Lisbon rises to 16 as Portugal declares a day of mourning, and Lisbon's mayor says the city needs answers. Plus, pressure on the UK's Deputy Prime Minister to resign mounts over a tax error as she fights for her political future. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. As always, you can follow us on X. The Riz Khan Show is on the way next, and we're back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. But for now, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The axis of upheaval. Leaders of an anti-American alliance have taken the world stage together for the very first time. China orchestrated the provocative photo op following a multi-day, multi-leader diplomatic blitz. Is this what the new world order looks like? And should the US be worried? That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome. I'm Arabiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Most newspapers led with the tragic news of 15 dead and 18 injured after an accident in Lisbon, while global outlets continued coverage of Beijing's military parade, spotlighting the united front of Russian, Chinese and North Korean leaders and intensifying Western concerns. American media focused on local developments such as federal judges ruling against the Trump administration's cancellation of Harvard funding, as well as the extended National Guard deployment in D.C. In Britain, Angela Rayner's political scandal took center stage as the press delivered harsh criticism and intense scrutiny of her actions as Deputy Prime Minister. We'll start with the New York Times, which published a news analysis of the deepening ties on display between China, Russia and North Korea at Beijing's military parade. TV news viewers saw President Trump offer polite praise for the parade in Beijing, but behind the scenes, he showed real frustration as his much-anticipated meeting with President Putin failed to deliver any progress on ending the war in Ukraine. The piece captures Trump's struggle to manage shifting alliances among authoritarian powerhouses, highlighting some of the social media reactions and also expert warnings about a changing world order challenged by America's adversaries. The analysis concludes that viewers are now left with a portrait of a president navigating diplomatic setback and rivalry. The Wall Street Journal provided a rare glimpse into North Korea's dynastic politics, reporting on Kim Jong-un's daughter's debut at China's World War II celebrations, a move, by the way, that has intensified speculation about succession plans. The report highlights how Kim Ju-ae, thought to be around 12, took precedence over senior officials in Beijing, drawing parallels to how past Kims signaled their heirs and underscoring her emerging public role. The piece cites analysts who note the unprecedented visibility of a potential female successor in an intensely patriarchal regime, while noting she remains too young for formal designation. The report concludes that Kim's daughter's presence not only humanizes his image, but also suggests the regime's intent to build global recognition for the next generation. In a special report, The Washington Post provides a thorough and timely examination of the deep crisis in U.S.-India relations under President Trump's administration. The report highlights how sharply increased tariffs and repeated attacks by Trump's advisor, Peter Navarro, have provoked anger and confusion in New Delhi, undermining decades of partnership and leading to new diplomatic strains. The piece documents how Modi's government has responded with defiance and outreach to China and Russia, while emphasizing economic self-reliance at home. Analysts also warn that rising anti-American sentiment and stalled negotiations may weaken strategic and defense and economic ties for years to come. The report contends that this is a pivotal moment in the relationship between the world's largest democracies. The Times, like many other British newspapers, followed Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner's political scandal, revealing key facts about Rayner's financial arrangements involving her disabled son's trust and the resulting stamp duty controversy. The report explains that Rayner set up a trust in 2020 to secure her son's future, funding it with an NHS compensation award due to his lifelong special needs. Now, after her divorce, Rayner transferred her share of the family home into the trust and later sold it for £162,500. Now, using those funds to buy her flat in Hove. The piece also highlights that while Rayner maintains she acted in her child's best interests, critics argue transparency is lacking, fueling the ongoing scandal. It also underscores the rising questions about the ethics and legality of her actions amid intense public and media scrutiny. Opinion articles tackled Rayner's scandal, with some delivering a scathing verdict on her future. Tom Harris, for one, wrote in The Telegraph arguing that the Deputy Prime Minister's admitted underpayment of stamp duty disqualifies her from public office. Harris criticizes Rayner's defense strategies, claiming victimhood and blaming wrong advice, and highlights the investigation triggered after the Telegraph exposed the £40,000 tax error linked to the trust she created for her son. The article highlights that while Rayner referred herself for an ethics probe, Labour cannot credibly pursue tax cheats with her in office. The piece underscores the view that this controversy has destroyed Rayner's leadership ambitions and recommends her removal from her ministerial roles, though not from her party mandate. In an exclusive, The Times of Israel reviews the UAE's sharp warning to Israel that any move to annex parts of the West Bank would cross a red line, threatening to dismantle the Abraham Accords and halt regional integration. The UAE's top envoy, Melinda Nucifora, made a direct appeal to the Israeli public as Netanyahu's ministers considered controversial annexation proposals in response to growing Western recognition of Palestinian statehood. The piece highlights how UAE, once a champion of normalization, now openly states that Israeli expansion would destroy hopes for lasting peace and two-state solution. Arab capitals, including the UAE, signal that future cooperation hinges on Israel shelving annexation, not entrenching its presence further. Moving on to The Economist, which reviewed President Trump's military strike on a suspected drug boat linked to Venezuela's notorious gang, framing the action as tough on-crime politics aimed at combating America's drug crisis. The piece details Trump's strategy of labeling cartels as terrorists, a move that grants broad legal authority, but it is contested and potentially risky. The report notes official video footage dominating news coverage and highlights concerns about extrajudicial killings, the lack of hard evidence for an invasion, and the consequences of bypassing arrests for direct military action. The piece concludes with a warning that this approach may do little to curb overdoses and risk destabilizing relationships with Latin American neighbors. And on a lighter note, we'll end with this article by Adam Alexic in the Financial Times, which offers a sharp critique of how social media algorithms and influencers drive viral slang into mainstream language. The article highlights the feedback loop where words like delulu for delusional, mid for mediocre, drip for stylish outfit, and brain rot for obsessive, meaningless content. All these get picked up for their emotional punch and shareability, then amplified by creators seeking attention and algorithmic rewards. The terms like woke, fit check, slay, no cap, and catchphrases like living rent-free are actually cited as examples of trends that spread not for depth or quality, but for the raw reactions they spark. The author also warns that this virality reflects a larger cultural shift, where chasing attention and emotional reactions can overshadow true expression and meaning in our everyday language. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
The axis of upheaval. Leaders of an anti-American alliance have taken the world stage together for the very first time. China orchestrated the provocative photo op following a multi-day, multi-leader diplomatic blitz. Is this what the new world order looks like? And should the US be worried? That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. There are hopes that there will be progress in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine following the meeting in Alaska between the US President Donald Trump and the Russian President Vladimir Putin. There are talks that maybe bilateral and trilateral meetings will follow, but then there are also those who believe there will be no progress, largely because of Vladimir Putin's intractable position when it comes to Ukraine. One of those is the former UK Defence Secretary, Liam Fox. He joins me now to explain why he has that position. So Liam, thank you for making the time. It's good to have a chance to chat with you, sir. First of all, we're seeing a lot of media reports now that there seems to be some progress when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine situation following the meeting in Alaska and the following talks. What's your opinion on that?
There's a lot of rhetoric, there's a lot of staging. Are we seeing real progress? We don't know yet. My view is that you need to go back to understand why Ukraine wants very, very specific, overt and bankable security guarantees. Remember back in 1994, Ukraine gave away the nuclear weapons that they had inherited from the breakup of the Soviet Union. And they did so on the basis that they had a security guarantee from the United States, from Britain, from France, but mostly from Russia, that their sovereignty and their borders would be respected. That guarantee was worth zero because Putin decided he wanted Crimea and he just took it. Now, if you were the Ukrainians, and you are wanting to end the war, you will want to do so knowing that you have a much better guarantee of your security than came with that agreement, the Budapest Memorandum. So I entirely understand why the Ukrainians are where they are, and until they get those very bankable guarantees, I don't think we can move much forward.
Those who play devil's advocate say that Russia was also guaranteed that NATO would never move 1 inch eastward, and that this was kind of also breached in terms of honouring an agreement. What's your view on that perspective?
Well, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. The only countries that have joined NATO are Sweden and Finland recently, and that was in response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine. Free nations can choose what they want to do in terms of their defence, their foreign policy. They cannot be dictated to by Moscow, by a tyrant like Putin.
Again, to play devil's advocate, if there was a similar parallel with Russia putting weapons on any kind of territory it has near the USA, how would the reaction be there?
Well, Russia has weapons pointed at London, at Washington, at LA, at the other parts of Europe. It has troops along the borders with the Baltic states. So we don't need to be lectured by Russia about the threats to their neighbors. It's Russia that invaded Georgia in 2008. It's Russia that annexed Crimea in 2014. It's Russia that invaded Ukraine in 2022. So before people want to play devil's advocate, they better work out who the devil is in that particular equation.
So hugely disappointing and sadly predictable is how you described the outcome of the Putin-Trump Alaska talks. Why was that?
Well, I think Putin's playing for time. Number one, let me be very clear. Putin can't be trusted. His word is worth nothing. Here is a man who is a violent despot who will kill and has killed his political opponents inside Russia, who's killed his opponents outside Russia, including in the United Kingdom. He's playing for time. He's hoping that he can make advances on the battlefield before the United States or Europe apply further sanctions that will damage the Russian economy. And the Russian economy has changed a lot since 2022, since the Ukrainian invasion. Putin's turned his country into a war economy. 45% of his GDP is now taken up by the war in Ukraine or the defense and arms industries. He has a banking system that's barely functioning. He's got a bank base rate of 21% with an inflation rate of 11%. Unsustainable if you were in any other part of the world. He's got a labour shortage, a chronic labour shortage, and is utterly dependent on technology to keep his economy moving. Now, these are big problems which will get worse. And in my view, we should make them worse in order to destroy Putin's ability to wage war in the future.
I know your perspective is also to let the Russian oligarchs and those who've been sanctioned from shifting large sums of money out to actually have that opportunity, because it would actually have an impact on Russia's economy that would help to destabilize it, in your opinion, correct?
Well, Russia has been able to maintain its war effort because its banking system has continued, because money has not been allowed to flow out of the system. So the oligarchs who would normally invest in global opportunities have been forced to invest in Russia. Those opportunities will dry up quite quickly, and we need to ensure that we enable capital flight out of Russia to make those difficulties even greater.
And presumably the sale of fossil fuels by Russia, which have been quite beneficial for its economy, have also to be kind of more closely monitored, I guess.
Well, you've seen the tension between the United States under the Trump administration and countries like India, where they are trying to apply pressure to India to stop buying Russian oil. If you're going to make that happen, I think you have to increase the flow of oil from elsewhere, whether that's the United States itself or out of OPEC. You need to ensure that countries that are going to help you in terms of security are not going to be disadvantaged in terms of the ability to fuel, literally, their own economies.
So following Alaska, a bunch of European leaders, including the UK Prime Minister, went to the White House to speak with Donald Trump. And then, of course, the media started to talk a lot about the bilateral, possibly trilateral meeting with Putin, Zelensky and Trump afterwards. Do you see any value in the idea that this bilateral meeting might actually happen between Putin and Zelensky?
Well, all the focus has been on the optics and the rhetoric rather than the substance. And that's where we really need to make progress. We need to make progress on, are we going to get security guarantees for Ukraine? Are we going to ensure that Ukrainian territory is not going to be sacrificed in all of this? When these big issues are sorted out, then you can work out who is going to talk to whom and where it's going to be. I mean, yesterday we had all this stuff about, will it be in Geneva? Will it be Istanbul? You have to have something to talk about first. So let's focus on the substance and let's have a little bit less focus on some of the lesser important parts.
Ironically, Budapest was mentioned, which you mentioned earlier as the 94 site of the memorandum. So it would be an ironic venue if they chose that.
It would be, yes, it would be ironic, but there would be some who would think it was inappropriate, given that it was that memorandum in Budapest that was so badly betrayed by Russia.
There have been reports that Europe would impose more sanctions on Russia if Vladimir Putin does decide to reject any bilateral or trilateral meetings. What impact could those sanctions have?
Well, the biggest area where Europe could be effective would be in seizing Russian assets. Now, the Russian assets of about 300 billion have been frozen in Europe, and the interest on those has been used to help Ukraine. But if you really wanted to make a difference, you actually seize the assets and give them to Ukraine. 300 billion to Ukraine is more than we've actually spent in total between the United States and Europe so far in assisting them. And there is the question of reparations. Russia committed an act of aggression in breach of international law. They are required to make reparations for that. The chances of Putin actually parting with money and giving it to Ukraine, I would rate as absolutely zero. So what other mechanisms do we have? We've got those assets that were moved largely from America to Europe after 2014-15. Those could be used to help the Ukrainians arm themselves, protect themselves, defend their sovereignty, their people, their democracy, and also to rebuild the shattered parts of their country that have been destroyed by Putin's aggression.
Well, so Liam, you've been very clear for many years now that you have zero trust in Vladimir Putin. If that's the case, if Vladimir Putin is such a risk, what real option is there to find a solution?
We should try to find a way of ending the killing in Ukraine itself, but we should be under no illusions about who Putin is and what he is. And I understand why Western politicians who are sort of hardwired to find compromise and accommodations, why they would want to do that. But pretty much all good people end up in the same place with Putin, which is he can't be accommodated. He is a tyrant. He's not a democrat. He's not answerable to the Russian people. He's not answerable to anyone at all. And he will behave in the way that tyrants do, as he has done, internally and externally. So what we, in the long term, we need to do is what we did in the Cold War, which is recognize there can't be a purely military solution to all of this. What we need to use is the financial strength of the free world, and to ensure that in the longer term, we undermine and, if possible, destroy Putin's ability economically to wage war against free, independent, democratic nations.
Well, many critics of the situation have been concerned that Donald Trump has rejected the idea, or at least dismissed the idea of a ceasefire prior to the talks, bilateral talks, if they happen, for example. To what extent is that a bad idea? Because of the fact that Russia can continue its kind of offensive, and it has actually seems to have boosted.
I thought the German Chancellor, Chancellor Merz, put it very well. It's very difficult to see Zelensky, President Zelensky, and Putin talking to one another if their troops are still killing civilians. How can President Zelensky sit down with Vladimir Putin if men, women, and children are being murdered during the night by Russian missiles and drones? Politically, that's really a bit of a non-starter. And I think you would have to have some situation where on the ground there was no conflict actually taking place before those talks could take place.
How much progress do you see in the statements by Donald Trump that he sees the need for security guarantees for Ukraine? I mean, he said no US troops on the ground, although he said military presence is a possibility.
Well, I think the president is absolutely genuine when he seeks peace and reconciliation. I think his patience has been sorely tested by Putin time and time again. I think he comes back hoping that something decent will come out of the Russian leader. But I think that increasingly the reality is dawning that you can't accommodate Putin. And there's a history here. If you remember President George W. Bush saying that he looked into Putin's eyes and saw a soul. Well, you know, Putin looked into his and saw a KGB file number. We had President Obama coming to office after the invasion of Georgia and having a reset, as they called it. Let bygones be bygones. With Russia, Putin looked at that and said, thank you very much. I'll just take Crimea, if that's your attitude. We need to really understand what we're dealing with, because wishful thinking is a very bad basis for foreign policy, and it's an even worse basis for defense policy.
There is still a feeling, however, that in spite of what you say about Donald Trump having some concerns about the situation being played, or tapped, as you put it, by Putin, that he has a much stronger relationship with Vladimir Putin and Russia than with Volodymyr Zelensky, and that he still tends to kind of favor the Russian side. Do you think that's still the case, considering how things have developed?
I think the president genuinely wants reconciliation. I think he can see the prize that there would be were Russia to be brought into the fold. I just don't think it's going to happen under Putin. I think that Putin is a particular type of autocratic, tyrannical leader. His behavior shows he's not to be trusted. And I see no reason why he would change. He wants to keep Russia in a particular way. He's got imperialist tendencies, wanting to recreate parts of what was the Soviet Union. And I think that's not going to change. And I think that President Trump, like President George W. Bush, like President Obama before him, hope that they can find something good to deal with in Putin. And sadly, that their hopes have all been dashed sequentially.
There is a widely held opinion that actually he's more interested in becoming a czar-like figure than reconstructing the Soviet Union, having a more imperial kind of attitude towards things.
I think that's true with Putin. I think that he's also been willing to use the Russian Orthodox Church as part of that czarist approach. But he's a very dangerous man. He's dangerous to the people within Russia, and he's dangerous to the people outside Russia. And we've got to be very hard-headed in accepting that. It's in the minds of good people, wanting to see good in someone else is a very laudable and understandable trait. But it can be very dangerous when you're dealing with somebody like Putin.
I'll get back to the current situation in just a second, but as and when the time comes when Vladimir Putin is no longer around, is there a chance for Russia to reset, or is it likely that someone else with the similar kind of tendency might just be able to slip in and continue the policies of Vladimir Putin?
I think there were three ifs in that question. So I suppose it depends on the state of the Russian economy. Is it a stable economy, or will Putin actually leave it fundamentally weakened? It's much easier to take a peace economy and turn it into a war economy than vice versa. So there are big problems ahead for the Russian economy. How Putin will manage that, we don't know. Who's coming behind Putin? Difficult to say. Most of his potential successors have have left under, let's say, less than clear circumstances. The Russian people, do they have a yearning for democracy? They have a yearning, I think, to control their own future and to live in a country where they are much more able to determine what happens to their families, their communities, and their nation than they have today, but impossible really to know. Russia doesn't really have a strong historical experience in democracy, really at any point. So, yes, we have to hope for it, and we in the West have to prepare for a post-Putin era in the hope that we can help encourage change, but in a way much better than we did last time after the fall of the Soviet Union.
There's a bit of a paradox in the fact that the Russian people did taste the fruits of a more kind of market economy, capitalistic society after the fall of the Soviet Union. And yet the statistics show that so many Russians seem to be behind Vladimir Putin's actions. Perhaps it's a patriotic or jingoistic attitude, but there is that strange paradox.
Well, I think you're probably more likely to be the fact that there are no independent polls in Russia, and that all the polls that we have are controlled by the Russian government. That will tend to produce the results that the Russian government want. But leaving that aside, so we don't actually know what the Russian people think. But if we are going to see reform in Russia, it has to be in a way that has tangible benefits on the street, and not just for the oligarchs and not just for the politicians, which is what we saw last time. And that needs to be better thought through.
Considering your perspective on President Putin, do you see any value in him actually recently now agreeing that there should be security guarantees, that perhaps there could be some kind of monitoring system if there was a peace deal?
Anything that gives us a verifiable peace deal, great. As Ronald Reagan would say, trust but verify. And that is just as true today as when President Reagan said it in the Cold War. And we need to be able to make sure that it's there. But there's something else. It's not just a security guarantee. What's missing there is the word credible. Is it a credible security guarantee? Because if Russia thinks that the deterrence is missing, then he will act again. And you could, I think, very reasonably argue that the sanctions that we put in place in 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine should have been there in 2014 after the invasion of Crimea. And the ones we put in place in 2014 should have been there in 2008 after the Russian aggression towards Georgia. So the failure of deterrence and the failure of a credible deterrence is crucial. And anything that the West puts in place as a security guarantee needs to come with some hard and fast elements to that, whether that's an Article 5 NATO-type guarantee that an attack on Ukraine would be an attack on us all. We have to wait and see. But if it's not credible, it's not worth anything.
Do you see Ukraine ending up in NATO?
No, I don't actually in the short term, although I think it's their right to apply to become members of NATO. But NATO is a political as well as a military alliance. And they would have to meet a number of criteria that would make them an acceptable part of the political alliance, just as the same way as they would need to fulfill criteria were they going to join the European Union. So I think that's some way off for Ukraine. I think Ukraine still has internal problems to deal with, not least a fairly widespread level of corruption that has plagued them for some time. Those things need to be dealt with. They can be dealt with. And Ukraine is, of course, as a free, democratic, sovereign nation, able to make its own choices.
On a slight tangent, why is there a need for NATO now? If we consider the Soviet threat has disappeared, and that maybe was the justification for the creation of the alliance, what is the real need for NATO now, especially if pretty much anyone can join it?
Well, pretty much anyone can't join it, otherwise we wouldn't be having this debate about Ukraine. There's the fact that Russia still has the largest number of nuclear weapons in the world, and they're still pointing at us. That's reason for NATO.
Do you believe Ukraine will ever get back the 20% that Russia holds right now of its land?
I don't think it's realistic to believe that Crimea will ever come back. I think that the Crimea probably disappeared when President Obama had the reset with Russia. I think that failure of deterrence probably meant that Crimea was lost. What happens with the territories that Russia's currently occupying remains to be seen. I don't think that Putin's going to give up the areas that the oblasts that he controls 100%, where you got Donetsk, for example, where there's still a split. That is more difficult to see. But there's got to be, if Ukraine loses territory, there's got to be something for Ukraine in that, and that's got to be that Putin can't move a centimetre further into Ukraine in the future.
When Donald Trump talks about a land swap, in your opinion, what does that mean? Because there doesn't seem to be anything to swap for.
Well, it's not a swap. It's the aggressor being able to keep the territory they have taken by force. I mean, it's not really what we think about as a swap. You've got principle and you've got the brutal reality facing off here. The principle should be that no aggressor should be able to benefit from acts of war. But the truth on the ground is that you've got ruined parts of Ukraine that Russia is not going to give back, potentially ever. So that's where you get into negotiation. And that's where the credible guarantees of future security have to come in.
So, Liam, how do you regard the way European countries have come together as a sort of counterbalance to the US position when it comes to dealing with this matter?
I think that President Trump has been a wake-up call to Europe, but that's only because Europe wouldn't listen to previous wake-up calls. I remember as Defense Secretary way back in 2010 sitting around the table at NATO with the American Defense Secretary Robert Gates, who would say, you cannot expect the American taxpayers to continually pay for Europe's defense while Europe spends its money on welfare and consumption. I mean, you now have the position where European countries make up 6%, 7% of the world's population, but 60% of social spending. Now, why should the American taxpayers fund that? So they've come late in the day to recognize they must spend more on defense, they must be more active in their own defense and not depend on riding on America's coattails. That's a good thing. That's a good wake-up call. And I think that they actually have responded quite well. And I think that British Prime Ministers, Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak, and our current Prime Minister have all actually honourably filled the roles of good European leaders when it comes to understanding their responsibilities to the defence and security of the wider continent.
To what degree do you believe that Europe's unity in this matter, perhaps, as we've just discussed, is a result of American pressure rather than internal European fears that Russia has been proactive in the sense of a grey warfare in its tactics with Europe?
I think it's both. And I think that it depends where in Europe you are. If you are sharing a border with Russia, your view of your security post-Ukraine has very much diminished. So if you're in the Nordic states, the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, Hungary, and you're sitting looking right across the border at the country that has just by force taken part of Ukraine, killed tens of thousands of its armed forces, and killed and maimed civilians for no clear purpose. I think that you're probably a lot less sanguine about security than if you live in Western Europe.
But considering Russia's taken quite a toll in this conflict as well, it hasn't been the kind of few weeks affair that people thought it would be going into Ukraine, as Russia seemed to be so dominant. Does Europe really have that level of fear, grey warfare apart? Does it really have a fear that Russia could stretch itself out so far to try and destabilize or be involved in taking over other countries?
So what's the difference? The difference is that in Europe, we care about our armed forces. We would care about the human cost and the financial cost of a conflict like that. If you're Putin, he doesn't care. He's not answerable to his electorate. He's not answerable to a free media. There are no critics out there saying that the cost is too high. So just as, since you mentioned, taking an imperial view, the view of Russia was throw as many troops as needed into battle. And it doesn't matter what your casualties are. That's the view that Putin will take. I think the question that's very crucial in this is, at what point, even in Russia, does the loss become so acute, does the financial hardship become so great that the public will just not stomach the conflict?
But does he have the resources? Does Vladimir Putin have the resources? I mean, it's been proved that he's used North Korean troops to supplement his. Does he have the resources to take things further?
Well, he has an economy that's a war economy that will be unable to produce wealth. So the longer the war goes on, yes, there will be a toll that is there. But you have to understand the mind of Putin. His imperialist, aggressive tendencies to want to control Ukraine, which he believes is Russia, remember, is greater than his fear of any domestic resistance to his program. That cannot last forever in the real world, but he can last for a long time. And as long as people are buying Russian oil and enabling him to fund his war, he will continue as best he can. And if that means releasing more prisoners from prison to go onto the front line, bringing people in from North Korea or any other favorable dictatorships around the world, that's what he'll do. And as long as the Iranians are helping him supply of weapons, missiles and drones, then he's got his allies on whom he can depend, at least for some time.
Since January of 2025 and Donald Trump's return to the White House, he seems omnipresent. With executive orders, he seems to be such a dominant figure in what's going on in the world. Do you get any sense that perhaps Europe has been kicked into a very underdog position in having a say in what's going on here?
I think to an extent the reverse, possibly because of that great influence that President Trump has had, that European leaders have stepped up to the plate a bit, particularly on this, and they were not passive in this process. After the Alaska summit, they were very quick to get to Washington. So no, I don't take that view. And also, in the West, we have to understand the American political system. You've got a president newly elected in his second term. He's got control of the House of Representatives. He's got control of the Senate. But America has elections in November next year. That could change.
But still, looking at the sort of global optics, can Europe kind of step out of Donald Trump's shadow?
Europe needs to make some changes. I mean, Europe needs to be looking at its trading practices, for example. Whatever you think of the president's tariff policy, he's got a point when it comes to the EU, that the EU has been using non-tariff barriers and technical barriers to trade as an alternative to financial tariffs. So, he's right that there needs to be change. Maybe we're just seeing a little inkling of the need for change amongst European leaders.
Briefly putting on your international trade secretary hat, the one you wore for a while, does the level of tariffs, though, that Donald Trump talks about and the way he threatens them, is that good global practice when it comes to economics?
It has a different impact depending on the sort of economy you're dealing with. If you put tariffs on a country that only sells basic commodities, that has no value added, then you will definitely harm those economies. And I think that whatever the financial plus that the administration sees for the United States, you have to weigh that up against what if I make it more difficult for developing countries to trade their way out of poverty? Will that trigger a wave of global migration, which is the one thing that I also don't want in policy? So sometimes I think that in Western governments, the people who make the economic policy and the people who make the security policy don't properly talk to one another, and the dots don't really get joined up.
Going back to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, there is a feeling among many people that the world has let Ukraine down, was slow to act, hasn't been decisive enough as a community. Where is the rest of the world in this? We've talked about America, we've talked about Europe. What about other countries around the world? Where are the others? Where's China in all of this? Well,
China, I don't think, is particularly bothered that the West and Russia are daggers drawn. That's not in the disinterest, if you want to put it that way, of China. Others are much less concerned. They see that as a European issue. I think that Ukraine was let down when we did not deter Russian aggression. And if I was to put my finger on it, I think that the reset under the Obama presidency with Putin was the ultimate failure of Western deterrence, and I think much has flowed from that.
But is there also a tendency at a global level for countries to become introspective now? The US, of course, seems to be so much more introspective under Donald Trump, of course, his Make America Great Again policy. Is that what's happening? Are we deglobalizing?
Well, I think at the political level, there is a tendency for countries to become much more introspective, to become, if not isolationist, at least more nationalist. And yet, at the same time, in the real global economy, we have had such a level of integration of supply chains that the idea of pulling those apart would cause so much disruption as to be not worth any economic gain that might come. And so again, you've got the world of politics and the world of business not necessarily being in the same place. I'm with the world of business. I think ultimately it's those interests that will be longer lasting, and they will be to the benefit, particularly of those parts of the world who don't yet share in the good luck of the wealthiest.
Well, that's almost the perfect segue, talking about your role in business, to discuss your role as the chairman of the Abraham Accords from the UK perspective. Tell me about the work that's being done, because you're now planning to launch a fund as well.
So we have something called the Abraham Accords Prosperity Group. It basically has 4 pillars. The Abraham Accord Prosperity Fund, which is an investment fund that we plan to launch in the near future. A project called REACH, run by the NAS group of companies, talking directly to young people in English and Arabic in the region to say, you should have opportunity. We will give you the chances to grasp that opportunity, but to talk to them in a language that is much more familiar and through social media. We also have a think tank network, including Trends in the UAE, including the Amadeus Institute in Morocco. And we have, fourthly, our advisory council, the great and the good, helping to guide us and promote us. And we're building those. And we're doing that because if you want to effect change, it can't be done just by a financial instrument. You've got to create an ecosystem which is sustainable. I've agreed to chair this grouping for 10 years. My wife thinks I'm mad, and maybe she's right. She usually is. But we need to show commitment, long-term commitment. Part of the problem is that the initiatives that we have had are very top-down. Where is the benefit on the Arab street, for example, of these initiatives? Unless young people can see that there will be something different for them, that they will get dignity and hope and opportunity from this, it is otherwise it's meaningless. And also, how do you put in place the mechanics over time that go beyond the sort of democratic mandates of 3 or 4 years that Western governments tend to have? How do you give investors confidence? How do you give young people confidence that they genuinely have friends out there who are in it for the long term? That's what we're trying to change.
The overarching issue, though, is that since October the 7th, 2023, anything that really concerns the Abraham Accords has taken quite a hit, certainly psychologically, on the Arab street. What kind of damage has it done to your goals, to your aims to try to create some kind of better world in that environment?
I don't think it changes our aims or our goals. It perhaps makes the environment in which we're doing it more difficult. But, you know, whatever happens, if you like, at the statecraft level, we still need to have a greater share of prosperity across the whole of the Middle East, North Africa region. And we need to ensure that younger people are able to share more in the prosperity that in Europe or the United States we would take for granted than they have been allowed to do in the past. And that means, how do we get more of the economic opportunity, for example, in the service industries, instead of countries buying business services from Europe or America? Why are we not trying to create more of them in those countries themselves?
Who do you see contributing to this fund?
Well, we have a number of high net worth individuals, but I would also like to see the sovereign wealth funds and institutions do something that they really can do, which is invest in peace. That's the real challenge for us.
And is it the sovereign wealth funds largely from the Middle East region, or do you see this as truly global?
Well, we've had a lot of interest in the United Kingdom and the United States, but in the region itself. And we have to encourage those in the region to invest in the future of the region. And we have to ensure that, as I often say, if you've got the same DNA as your parents and you make the same choices as your parents, you end up in the same place. And we can't afford that. We need to break that. Here we are in the United Kingdom, a country massively shaped by our history. But there are those in the Middle East who are not shaped by their history. They're prisoners of their history. We need to help them break out of that.
Just a final thought then. Are you getting the sense that ears are open to your requests and your pleas for some kind of progress?
I think that people are recognizing that we cannot continue as we are. We have to create a different future, and we're not passengers in that future. We can be the prime movers in our own destiny, and we can choose to effect change if we want. And people will say, well, this is a terrible time to be launching a project like that. Well, is there a good time to launch a project like that? And if you're looking at the long term, you have to start somewhere. And I hope that those who support our aims will support our program, because it's something that has to be done as a whole global community if we're to achieve the results that we want. And its benefits will not just be felt in the Middle East, they'll be felt globally. And that should be as much an attraction to us as anything else.
Well, Sir Liam, I wish you luck. Thank you very much for joining me, sir.
Pleasure.
That was Sir Liam Fox, the former UK Defence Secretary, talking about the latest situation in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. That's it for this edition of the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. From me and the team in London, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Philadelphia, the fifth most populous state in America, Philadelphia. It is considered a consolidated city-county with a mix of history and culture to offer, and a top study destination. What should we know about Philadelphia's history? For one, it is considered a bastion of American history. Founded in 1682 by William Penn. The Declaration of Independence was signed here, as well as the Constitution. In fact, the city was actually the nation's capital for 10 years when D.C. was under construction. Proof of the city's long-grown history are its iconic destinations. There are the Liberty Bell, Independence Hall, and the Philadelphia Museum of Art, to name a few. In Philly, you get to sample the best of Italy and America's culinary worlds. The city's experience of the Renaissance in the 1970s brought about some of America's most iconic foods. One of the most popular ones is the cheesesteak. Learn how to order one like the locals do, and you'll never go wrong. And then, of course, there's the city's public art. Philadelphia is known for being a free city, a beautiful one that nurtures art practically everywhere. You'll come across walls covered in murals, large-scale paintings, and the like. Public statues are sights to see, too. The city also imposes a mural arts program that commissions artworks in the city to discourage graffiti and at the same time beautify the surroundings. Popular places to experience art in the city are the Fairmount Park and the Philadelphia Magic Gardens. The city is also hailed for its baseball culture. The Phillies team, considered the oldest in professional sports, was founded way back in 1883. They never changed cities or names. This encouraged devotion of the locals and fans to the team. The city is one of the few in America with all major 4 teams playing within its boundaries. So no doubt the sports fandom is highly alive in Philly. Last but not least is the Philadelphia lifestyle. It has, in fact, strict liquor laws, but the bars and pubs you can visit are always worth it. The bar scene in Philadelphia is remarkable. It's earned the title of Philadelphia as America's best beer drinking city. Now you know where to go to spend your last day in Philly. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The axis of upheaval. Leaders of an anti-American alliance have taken the world stage together for the first time. China orchestrated the provocative photo op following a multi-day, multi-leader diplomatic blitz. Is this the new world order? And how worried should the US be? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The leaders of China, Russia and North Korea, shoulder to shoulder, attending one of the largest Chinese military parades in recent history. This spectacle is about so much more than commemorating the end of World War II. It's a coordinated show of strength from America's opponents with a unifying message. We won't be bullied.
The Chinese people are not afraid of violence and are self-reliant and strong. Today, humanity once again faces a choice between peace and war, dialogue and confrontation, mutual benefit and zero-sum outcomes. The Chinese people firmly stand on the right side of history.
China has been hosting 4 days of diplomatic events, highly choreographed to play out Xi's position as a world leader. And the timing can't be an accident. It comes as the US president's unpredictable and often combative behaviour has traditional allies worried, or worse, it's pushed them closer to China's orbit. Take India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He and Xi have clashed on numerous occasions and their countries are engaged in a land border dispute. And yet, Amid a trade war with the US, he's made his first visit to China in 7 years. Hardly a coincidence. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate if the so-called axis of upheaval spells a dramatic shift in the global balance of power, if China's show of military might should be interpreted as a threat, and if the US has played its part in pushing the global south together. Joining us here on Counterpoints, Fred Fleitz, Vice Chairman of the Centre for American Security at the America First Policy Institute. Andy Mock is back on Counterpoints, Senior Research Fellow at the Centre for China and Globalisation. And rounding out our panel, Lieutenant General Satish Dua, former Chief of the Integrated Defence Staff and expert in security and geopolitics. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. So much to discuss. China's once-in-a-decade World War II commemoration gave the world much more than simply a glimpse at Beijing's latest military capabilities. It's these visuals, images like what we are seeing on our screen for our audiences that really speak volumes. We're seeing three strongmen, China's Xi Jinping, Russia's Vladimir Putin, and North Korea's Kim Jong-un, side by side ahead of a host of other world leaders exuding an air of camaraderie. They've been dubbed the axis of upheaval, and their meeting has been choreographed to send a very clear message to the West, and in particular to the US. The world order is changing. Andy, let's start with you. Have we just witnessed a dramatic shift in the global balance of power?
I'm not sure that we've seen the shift as yet, but I think certainly this is both stagecraft and statecraft at its highest levels. So from a stagecraft perspective, of course, this was a meticulously choreographed, largest ever military parade. But I think the commemoration of the victory in the war against Japanese aggression is really just the stage. The message really is modernization. And I think what China has very clearly demonstrated, I would say, presented the United States with a very clear choice, as President Xi said, that one, China is not afraid of violence. The world is at a crossroads where it must choose between peace and war. And I think, again, we can see this as presenting the United States with a very clear choice, perhaps even an ultimatum. So I think the shift has not happened yet, but we clearly are at a juncture that could have long-term historical repercussions.
Fred, how do you see this? Is the US receiving that message? Is this an ultimatum?
It's a pleasure to be here. I don't see this as a new world order. I see President Xi and Putin responding to a very dominant American president and trying to counter this influence, maybe knock him down a peg. The Shanghai organization has a reputation for PR events and issuing press releases, but really not doing anything. And I think it's clear that although many nations want to have good relations with China, they don't want a new world order, especially one led by the Chinese Communist Party, which would be bad for their freedom. It would be bad for their economies. So this is all good optics. I think it represented a number of states that were trying to get leverage against the United States in trade deals, especially India on tariffs. But this most certainly does not represent a new world order or a world order led by China.
Lieutenant General, I'm going to come to you in just a moment to respond to something that Fred has said, but I just want to throw it back to you, Andy. Is this China just trying to knock the US president down a peg or two?
I don't think so. I mean, certainly the U.S. is a very important country in the world. China and the United States, two largest economies, technological superpowers. So clearly, I think China takes into account what the U.S. does. But this really isn't some opportunistic reaction to the United States or any particular administration. I think from the Chinese perspective, this is seen as a long-term continuation, I think, as President Xi frames it, the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, which is not just, that did not just start in 1949, but there is a continuous lineage going back thousands of years, and this is just a continuation of that. So I would say that, again, China certainly cares and responds to the United States, but this really is not mainly a reaction to the United States, but I think is the continuation of long-term strategic and structural trends.
Lieutenant Dewar, let's bring you in here. What do you make of something that Fred Fleitz has said there, that the world doesn't really want a new world order? How does India feel about that? Because we've heard Prime Minister Modi talking regularly about bringing the global south closer to the seat of power.
To my mind, this is an era of multi-engagements. Both my co-panelists are from the US and China, respectively. I'm from India and a military general at that, a retired general at that. So the point I would like to make is that we are seeing an era of multilateral engagements. Calling it a new world order would be too hasty as of now. The kind of the might of the military might that was at display was surely planned much before Trump's tariffs and SCO meetings and things like that. So while it is good to see, China wanted to showcase their technological prowess, which they did very well, because the world generally labors under an impression that it is US which has the technological edge, to which China has now tried to showcase their technology. About India being, trying to lead the global south or provide a voice to the global south, yes, India has been doing that. We have been doing that constantly. India is also drawing a judicious balance between different countries on different issues. More of an issue-based stand India has been taking. And for instance, Prime Minister Modi is the only president who can talk to President Putin and Zelensky at the same time. The only country that can talk to Israel and Iran at the same time. So India has been asserting its own, if I may use the word, strategic autonomy. It is not bowed down under pressure from the US, whether it is tariffs or whether it was earlier issue of not buying S-400 or the Russian equipment and platforms. India has been buying oil. So I would just end up by saying India is treading its own path. We are too small to be compared to both these nations, but we do have a voice.
Do you feel like it's being forced to take a side, or that perhaps it will be forced to take a side between China and the US? Because there are rivalries and alliances that India has with both of those countries.
As I said, we didn't take a side when sanctions were there on Russia. We spoke to both. We helped Ukraine, and we bought oil from Russia and even the defense platforms. We didn't really take firm sides on Israel-Gaza dispute. So whether India will be forced to take a side, it may be too early to call. And let me just allow me 30 seconds or 45 seconds to expand on that. Today, everyone's talking about how US-India relations have been soured by the tariffs, etc. I think nations are too large. Administration is one thing and the countries are another. So it's a particular administration and their policies. Let's not be too hasty about taking sides.
Okay. All right. Fred, what do you think about this? Is this really an axis of upheaval? Is this a three-way coordinated group? Are they a united front, or are they simply just united in their opposition against the US?
I think it really was a photo op, and the optics of the Chinese president and the Indian prime minister holding hands, I think, is simply laughable. These nations aren't friends. They're not close to being friends. And I'm not Indian, and maybe I'm wrong, but I would think there was some backlash to that in India. And I might add that this huge military display that China put forward, I believe, frightened the hell out of its neighbors. Countries in the region don't think the United States is going to use its military power against them, but they do think China could use its military against its neighbors. And this is not something that's going to reassure these nations that China wants to be peaceful. I think it was a dangerous provocation by the Chinese government. And I believe that there's states in the region who will be coming to Washington saying, we need your protection against this growing Chinese military.
Andy, jump in on that.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point on that,
Sure, Lieutenant,
Melinda?
yes.
Look, like Fred says that, he didn't believe in the optics. Well, the optics were not planned. They were for real. What is happening now is also another upheaval. It's a start of things. India and Russia have had much stronger and much more historical ties than we've had with the US. As far as China is concerned, we've had our ups and downs. We've actually had ups and downs, true. But even if you take the last 5 years, where we had this flashpoint across Eastern Ladakh, across the borders, and a bit of a scuffle there, despite the last 5 years, our militaries being arrayed against each other on the borders, we've had 23 different rounds of talks, and India-China trade has grown significantly. So, let's not worry about the optics of the leaders. These facts speak for themselves.
Okay, Andy?
Well, I would make 2 points. I would say, first of all, it's a little bit reductionist to say that countries, whether this is India, Singapore, or even the countries in Western Europe like Germany, have to pick a side. I believe it was a British diplomat that said, we don't have friends, we have interests. And I think these countries, or these so-called middle powers, perhaps, if I can call them that, really will act in their own interests, as the general said, with India buying Russian oil, at the same time wanting to enhance, deepen trade ties with the United States, have a better relationship with China, et cetera. So I think it's perhaps more useful to look at it on an issue-by-issue basis as to what countries do. Regarding whether other countries see China as a military threat, I think deeds speak much louder than words. And if we look at China's behavior compared to, say, the United States, which country has engaged in extraterritorial killings, military operations, both sanctioned and otherwise, against many, many countries around the world. And I think, if we look at it from that perspective, it's pretty clear who many countries around the world want protection from. But again, I think that, the whether one believes it or not, but I think what China's been very consistent on is saying that it really is looking only to protect its own sovereignty and is not an expansionist power, does not have an ideological vision looking to spread its version of any kind of universal values like, quote unquote, human rights, democracy, et cetera. And quite the opposite. I think China's approach is consistently to have been to say we should respect the development choices, the sovereignty of different countries around the world. So deeds, not words, perhaps.
Fred, you're shaking your head.
I don't think the people of Taiwan will agree with any of that. And it is a matter of record that China and other nations are trying to change the UN's Universal Declaration of Human Rights. They would like to curtail freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of association. This is the new world order that a communist government would like to inflict on the world that I'll tell you most states don't want. So I hear what my colleague said, but I have to say that the evidence indicates that he's frankly dead wrong.
Andy, respond to that and also answer this. Is China a reliable partner? Because if you're saying that they're acting in their own interests, if you look at India, for example, they've had a long history of mistrust. Is it just in China's interest to now play ball with Prime Minister Modi because he's on the out with the US?
Well, again, I don't see China's approach here really as opportunistic. Again, I think the foundational principles for China's foreign policy vision or approach is respect for mutual sovereignty, respect for each country's development decisions, and that it sees kind of the best way for China to prosper is to work with, not against other countries. And again, I think this was, again, very clearly articulated by President Xi in the speech before the parade, that the world is at a crossroads and it can choose peace, peaceful development, or confrontation. I think, the question about Taiwan, really is not quite a very sensible one, if I may say that. I think it's well acknowledged that Taiwan is a part of China, and this is an internal matter that China will resolve, and has said, again, very consistently,
I don't acknowledge that.
that it seeks to do that. That's certainly your prerogative. But I think the other issue is that consistency, transparency, and predictability are vital, not just for business investment, but for international relations as well. And I think one of the challenges that many countries have found in dealing with the United States is that some would even describe it as structurally incapable of agreements because of the four-year presidential cycle, where we've seen radical changes because of a change in administration. So if we look at it from that perspective, I do think China is seen around the world, and increasingly even amongst countries that have been traditional American allies, as a more dependable and a more reliable partner.
Fred, you were jumping in on Andy's comment. Just give us a response there, and then we'll move to our next section.
Well, I would like to see the U.S. promote productive relations with China, and the U.S. sticks to a strategic ambiguity policy on Taiwan. But it is fairly clear that China is preparing to take Taiwan back by force and to violate the democratic rights of the people of Taiwan. I hope it doesn't come to that. And I hope that nations can work with China so that does not happen. But I like what President Trump is trying to do with China. We're tough to some extent, but Trump would like to promote productive relations. I think he'll be visiting China later this year, and I'll just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm. All right, we've been talking about threat and how this military parade should be perceived. So let's move on to our second chapter in the debate. It's interesting that President Xi used his military parade as a background to his comments that the world is facing a choice between war and peace, dialogue and confrontation. Now, the absence of any Western leaders seated, especially in that front row of his podium, gave a pretty clear indication who he was directing his message to. And President Trump was quick to bite, accusing China, Russia and North Korea of conspiring against the US. And should China's show of military might be interpreted, particularly by the US, as a threat?
Well, I wouldn't call it a threat, but again, I think what China is presenting the US with is a very clear choice. And I think this marks an end to the Deng Xiaoping approach of hide and bide, or hide one's light under a bushel. And it's very clear that China said, we are strong, we are technologically advanced, and we are ready to stand up for the world that we think is better, not just for China, but for the entire world. And I think the choice is up to the U.S. how it responds to this.
OK, I was going to come to you next, Lieutenant General, but Fred, I feel like I need to throw it over to you. Should the US be worried? And how is the US going to respond?
Well, the U.S. has been watching with concern about the surge in China's missile force and Navy and Army and nuclear force for some time. I think that it does have territorial ambitions in the region, possibly outside of the region, with Taiwan as its first place where it may use military force. India is also a possibility. There has been a number of border disputes. So I don't think that this display of military force by China is a good thing for global security. And as I said earlier, I think it will really frighten its neighbors.
OK, Lieutenant General, is it frightening? I mean, we saw Prime Minister Modi chose not to stay in Beijing for the parade, even though he had been in China the days leading up. Is that an indication that perhaps India doesn't want to be associated with this show of force from China?
Look, as far as the show of force by China is concerned, I think China has a clearly stated aim that it wants to replace US as the #1 superpower by 2047. And I think it has revised the timeline by a few years coming forward. So this was bound to happen, that they have to choose a day where they put their might out in display. And I'm sure they had chosen this moment of the 80th anniversary of the war, World War II. But as far as India is concerned, I don't think Prime Minister Modi was invited. He was not there to stay. In fact, his accepting the invitation to the SCO summit was also much later on edition. But I would like to say that as far as India is concerned, we are not going to take sides. India is not going to take sides. India is going to do what is in its national interest, as we've been doing for past so many years. I pointed out a couple of cases, a couple of examples, and I think we will rest it there.
What about the message, though? You're a military man. You've got a long and decorated career. What's the message that China was sending, maybe to the US? There was a lot of firepower on display there.
You're right, Melinda. As a military man, I could see that they are showcasing their military might on one hand, and on the other hand, they were also trying to showcase the integration that they've achieved in all the new technology frontiers. Because whether it was robots or drones and their technological might in other fields, China has presented a very comprehensive picture that they have arrived as far as this field is concerned. And whether US likes it or not, China has shown to the world its military might. Whether it's scary or not, this is conversational. These are sentences. The world is watching as to what technological prowess, the military might that China has put on display over here.
Fred, does the US fear that China is going to replace it as the #1 superpower, as the Lieutenant General said?
I don't think the U.S. sees that happening, certainly not anytime soon. But I will add a related comment in that I believe that America's relationship with India is extremely important. I'm sorry it's under stress right now. I think the issues with tariffs have to be resolved immediately. I was very proud of President Trump for him reaching out to Prime Minister Modi, and we cannot neglect India. And I hope there's substantial progress by the Trump administration immediately to repair these relations.
Andy, could this be seen as an attempt maybe at distracting the Chinese people with, all these guns, all this superpower, all its might of international strength on the international stage, to distract people from the myriad of domestic problems that China is facing, not least a slowing economy, youth unemployment?
Well, I'm not so sure, but I want to make a very important comment about China's ultimate objectives that I think is widely misunderstood. So when China talks about the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, the realization of the Chinese dream, becoming a technological military leader by 2049, this is explicitly not to replace the United States. And I think this is a subtle but very, very dangerous misperception here. And I think to the degree that people really do understand this is not the objective of China, that will go a long ways towards reducing some of the strategic mistrust between China and the United States. About this as a distraction, I really don't think so. I mean, I'm here on the ground in Beijing. I travel a lot. I was just in Ningxia in the northwestern part of the country. Things really are nowhere near as bad as is reported in the Western media, at least. Clearly, we are still working through the real estate issue, which I should note in contrast to the great financial crisis that the U.S. faced in 2008, which I described as a heart attack. Meaning that there were behaviors going on. It was known this would lead to a bad outcome. Whereas what China did was schedule open heart surgery, meaning that real estate was, in a sense, the heart that drove the economy, I think more than 20% of GDP at one point. But China recognized this was not sustainable. There had to be structural adjustments made. It was very painful. I think the patient is still convalescing. But the prognosis looks very, very positive. I mean, look at electric vehicles, look at other tech sectors, and that China is transitioning to these so-called new productive forces as longer-term sustainable drivers of the economy, not just from an economic perspective, but from an environmental perspective as well. So, no, I certainly do not see this as an attempt to distract the people from any domestic challenges. And I do have to mention there are significant challenges. So the real estate issue, again, I think is still a work in progress. It's related to other things like local government financing. You mentioned youth unemployment. These are all absolutely challenges, I think, that the government is addressing, but certainly not to the magnitude where I think there needs to be an attempt to distract people from these issues.
If I can bring you back in again, Lieutenant General, I'm just wondering what you make of Andy's comments there. I mean, when we see big international geopolitical groupings paraded in front of the media, sometimes that can be an opportunity to get people to look away from other issues. Is that how you see it, or do you see it purely for what it is?
No, I would fall back to my earlier statement when I said that today it's an era of multilateral engagements where very issue-based alignments are being made. It's on a case-to-case basis and on the merits of the case. For instance, people have been touting the SCO to be as an alternate to NATO. Now, I wouldn't call it an alternate to NATO. Similarly, the Indo-Pacific, the Quad, was also being called as if it's an Asian NATO. So all I'm trying to say is that it is what it is. We don't have to read too much into it. Don't forget. Let's not forget that 3 days ago or 4 days ago, the president of Brazil had also called for an emergency meeting of BRICS. So all in all, some of these issues are being driven by Trump's tariffs, President Trump's the tariffs that he's been living around. Those are, like I said earlier, issues of a particular administration. Countries and their alignments and such groupings are much larger and longer lasting.
Okay, we're going to move on to our third section just to update our panel and our audience. We've got some technical issues with Fred Flights. We've lost his connection, but we will bring it back to you if and when we can re-establish that. So, in the meantime, we'll remain with our two guests, Andy Mock and Lieutenant General Satish Dua. Okay, when we see global events like this with such high-stake diplomatic implications, it rarely happens in a vacuum. This gathering was held against the background of a world reeling from what some argue are inconsistencies in the application of the rules-based order. For example, the clear differences in response to Russia's war on Ukraine compared to Israel's war on Gaza. And added to that is the US administration characterised by harsh international tariffs imposed on allies and the president's volatile political style. So, Andy, I wonder from you, do you see this coming at a time when perhaps the Chinese leader thought that he could really capitalise on maybe a global appetite for a new world order right now?
Well, I'm not sure that that is the primary motivating force. Now, perhaps at the margins, it might have accelerated or perhaps added a little bit more energy to, I think, plans and objectives that have long been underway. So again, if we go back really to this longer-term vision of a shared future for mankind, the Chinese dream, etc., these predate this current Trump administration. So I don't think, again, that any of these developments are opportunistic. But certainly I do see the Trump administration, perhaps, it's a measured decision that, given the domestic priorities of immigration and unsustainable deficit, national debt, the need to reindustrialize, to reduce the onerous heavy hand of the state, including a high tax rate, that these are such important priorities that the United States is willing to pay a price diplomatically to achieve some of these objectives. And as a result, I do believe is creating more impetus for countries like Iran, like Russia, perhaps even India, to seek greater engagement with China. But I don't see this as the catalyst in and of itself, or again, this being a very opportunistic move by China.
What do you make of that, Lieutenant General? Do you think China could have pulled off this headline-grabbing week if the White House hadn't perhaps been viewed as damaging its global partnerships?
So I would agree with Andy when he began his intervention by saying that I also don't think so. I would say that this meet was about to happen, was scheduled to happen. It was a summit meeting. It was long since awaited that there would be participation from Russia, it's in China and India. If, like he said, I use his sentence, if more energy was imparted to it, well, so be it. But overall, I think this was required. I'm sorry, this was scheduled. And it's not because of, the issue, I have also made this point earlier, that, whether it's the Russia-Ukraine war or it's Israel-Gaza issue, or even the Trump's tariffs. Now, these are issues there. These are the issues that we all grapple with. And, but like Fred said before he got disconnected, there are a lot of voices in the US saying that India and US have been very strong and comprehensive partner, at least for the last quarter of a decade. And we hope that our relations will continue to remain strong. Trump's administration is an administration that is a short time in history. And so we don't have to make too much of it. But I would again fall back to my statement that every country does what is in its own national interest. And in this era of multilateral engagement, I think in the national interest, wherever it is required, countries would align with each other.
It is a really interesting point of discussion, and hasn't it been an interesting week? But we will leave it there, gentlemen. We're out of time. But thank you so much for joining us, Andy Mock, Senior Research Fellow at the Centre for China and Globalisation, Lieutenant General Satish Jua, the former Chief of the Integrated Defence Staff and expert in security and geopolitics. And earlier, before we lost his connection, we were joined by Fred Fleitz, Vice Chairman of the Centre for American Security at the America First Policy Institute. Gentlemen, thanks for your time here on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and follow us on X and TikTok. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Thanks for your company.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Atlanta, capital of the state of Georgia, which is the most populous city in the U.S. The city is in fact the 9th largest metropolitan area in the U.S. It's got a convenient central location that allows easy access and a welcome invite for tourists. The region of Atlanta is known for many homegrown celebs. Its pop culture is also rich with diversity, shopping, a thriving nightlife, and yes, sultry weather. It's why the city is nicknamed Hotlanta, both for its happening night scene and intense weather. Atlanta is also known for its diversity and culture. Thousands travel to Atlanta for its yearly gay pride festivities. You're also sure to meet a mix of people from various nationalities, beliefs, and religious upbringing. The city, after all, represents a mix of the Old South values with modern beliefs brought about by its growing population. The city is also home to one of the world's busiest airports, the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. About 90 million people travel through it every day. And that's mainly because the city is centrally located and within just a short flight to where more than 80% of people live in the U.S. It connects to a dozen of both domestic and international destinations. Now about the famous celebrities in Atlanta. As you know, the city is responsible for many world-class talents. Rappers and singers we know today call the city home. There's Tyler Perry, T.I., and his wife Tiny, and Bow Wow. Music videos, films, and TV shows also love to feature the city. Most known are the scenes in Real Housewives of Atlanta, The Braxton's Family Values, and Single Ladies. On to the nightlife. You can try nightclubs and comedy bars, high-energy parties, and low-key jazz and poetry readings. Some even flock to Atlanta just to be able to experience the hottest nightclubs. Celebs also make a stop over to the city for the club's luxurious VIP areas. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. You'll find anything, yes, anything, to buy in Atlanta. Dozens of malls line the city, along with hundreds of shopping centers in practically every corner. Add that to the string of warehouse sales offering shoes, clothes, accessories, household goods, and appliances. There are also home stores for antiques and furniture. Just about every nook and cranny in Atlanta has a shopping area. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Talking about iconic locations, I know the film was shot in Abu Dhabi and also in Wadi Rum in Jordan. Where did you get to go and what did you think?
We were in Wadi Rum together in Aqaba. It was just, you're pinching yourself too. Most importantly for the acting, it helps a lot that your environment is informing it.
Which we were very much
We were in it.
in it.
We were like getting the sand
There's no
off.
light. He used natural light.
Yeah, you're right. There was no, I don't think we shot one thing in Jordan that had any sort of artificial light. So that was it was thrilling. And then
Immersive.
it was immersive. And then Abu Dhabi was incredible too because I just never been to a part of the world that's so hot consistently. And you leave your hotel room at 3 a.m. It's 110 degrees.
Right. How much are you usually aware of the fan expectations? I mean, it's obviously there, but does it influence you in many ways?
I mean, it's a bit of a catch-22. I mean, it adds excitement to the process of making the film, but it also adds pressure. And yeah, like I said, like it was very exciting and fun to be on set and know all of the secrets, but it also was very pressurizing because we knew that we needed to deliver on quite a high level.
I think animation is pretty cool as well because it's very freeing. You're not self-conscious of the acting, you're just conscious of the voice acting. It's difficult, but it's also freeing. I find it freeing. Do you agree?
Yeah, you know, it's weird because I did a lot of it. Like I was pretty much by myself, you know. I'm like, I was in a room in my home and everything was kind of virtual. So I didn't get to kind of see everybody in person and have that interaction that you would normally get. And you know, there's always like that awkward version where they have to do like all the sounds, right? All the sounds that she makes. So it's like if she's screaming because she just, you know, did some crazy whatever, you know, it's like me alone in a room, just like by myself, just going, you know, which, you know, although feels super awkward at first, then probably later is like, oh, I think I needed that, you know?
Ew, Dad.
Ooh, Mama like. Who's making this stuff?
Not me!
Oh! Shrek 5.
Was it a little bit more daunting to do the follow-up to Talk to Me just because of the runaway success of the first one, and there's just a little bit more responsibility when it's successful before?
Yeah, 100%. It was way more stressful, way more pressure. We still feel that pressure because the movie hasn't come out just yet.
It hasn't come out yet, and the biggest pressure is letting either A24 or Sally Hawkins down, because they both trusted us so much, and we feel like very inferior to them.
It's that thing is, no one expected anything from Talk to Me. So now that, you know, you have this pre-established, you know, these eyes on you and this expectations, yeah, it gives it way more pressure.
This is my new sister and brother, Oliver. Oliver lost his family just like you guys. Needed someone that could give him special care.
We're on set. Do you scare the actors? Do you scare yourself? Is there an atmosphere where, you know, it's inherent to the film? What is the atmosphere like on set? Is it funny and goofy, or is it scary?
It's never scary, and it's mostly a fun time, but there's times when there's serious scenes happening in terms of conversations between people, and you need to let the actors have that space, and you can't be jumping around when they're trying to hit beats emotionally. But as soon as those scenes are done and we know we've got it, we do a joke take at the end of it to pull everybody out of that, that wallowing misery.
I love wallowing misery. That should be the title of the third one.
Yeah. I'd watch it.
Like exactly the tone we want to have.
Listen, I've got to tell you a secret. It's like an angel. It's a beautiful angel.
I do believe that even, you know, in the horror genre, even in the most, you know, fantasy elements of the horror genre, there's always like the human elements. And for that, how important is it to find the right actors for those types of roles? Because they need to render that kind of emotion.
You just need to find people that you know are right. And like for the younger actors, you know from their audition tapes, when you see them, you know that they're that character. It hits straight away. And then there's performers like Sally Hawkins. You can just picture them embodying anything. And like once I start getting obsessed with an actor, like looking at their filmography, I can't let the idea go of casting them. And the same with Miranda Otto with our last film, and more so with this film with Sally.
It does beautiful things. Listen. Listen. Non mi tieni, non mi ritaggio. Listen.
Obviously, your way of doing horror is very specific to you. How important is the emotion to you when you're filming?
It's part of making the characters human, and for you to care. You know, if you care about the characters, once you get to the horror, it'll hit that much harder if you're connecting with the characters in some way. And we wanted to show, you know, Laura is a broken human being. She's lost her sanity, but ultimately it's from love, you know. She's lost her mind. Yeah, we want you to kind of connect with characters even if you don't agree with what they're doing.
Some people believe the spirit stays in the body for months after death. It's working! We can bring her back.
Please state your name.
Rodman Grace, and I'm not an astronaut.
Is it better to be in an iconic film or have an iconic role?
I think film. You know, it's always better to be in a good movie.
Rise and shine.
Bat an eyelash.
We always joke when I interview you that you don't like simple roles. Everything has to be very energy consuming. Was that a whole other level of energy consumption because it's so full on?
This was a huge adrenaline dump. Yeah. I mean, I actually needed to take a year off after this. I did 3 films in a row, but this was the culmination of all, and that was because we had we really had artistic freedom on this film. You know, it allowed us to push the envelope every day, and we were constantly improvising, and it was fueled with energy, this whole experience.
Courage. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you. God damn it! Viva la revolution!
In the world of magic, everything that disappears reappears. Woo! It is very good to be back.
Open sesame.
Way to represent, Merritt.
Worth a try, was it?
You think it's a little bit the same for illusionists as actors? You know, you're kind of born with the talent of being an actor. It feels inherent to you?
I was a very slow learner, and I don't think my talent as an actor was inherent to anyone but somewhere inside me, you know?
That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
I think you do know.
Together. People are afraid of people who know their worth and power because they want to control us. And if they can't, and if they know that we have a sense of self and that we have an awareness and also that we have love and empathy and friendship and strength.
Yeah.
It's scary.
It's scary.
Yeah, they get scared.
Because the more we know ourselves, the more powerful we become.
Jessica Chastain!
What will you remember most about the experience of Interstellar?
What will I remember most? Well, it's incredible to be in a film that it forces you to use your brain and your heart. And the visuals are so incredible. I just can't wait for people to see them. There's a water sequence that just makes you hold your breath. It's so exciting and visually stunning.
Make it count.
Where's the mountains?
It's a movie about several points of views on grief, not only her or his. It's how the family is dealing with it. Does it make it like a big ensemble, like everybody being together?
Yeah. Those are my favorite kind of movies as an ensemble. And what I love so much about the film is, like, think of all the female voices we have in it. We have Viola Davis, we have Isabelle Huppert, Jess Weixler, like these incredible actresses. And I just got to be in scenes and watch them. It was amazing because every day I showed up for work, it was with another pro, another great who really taught me a lot. And yeah. Everything seems so limitless.
It still is. You're the star of my life story.
Did celebrity change your life? Because obviously you've been a film actress for such a long time. You've been an actor for such a long time. How did celebrity change it? I mean, obviously more attention on you, but for you personally?
To be honest, I know this is going to sound crazy. My life hasn't changed so much. The beautiful thing is now I have a lot of options for films, which is really exciting to me because I'm an actress, because I love films and I love directors and writers and all that. Those men that attacked you, they work for dangerous people.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect!
Why? Who's going to arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
Is she serious?
Is he serious?
No.
Paul, it's such a pleasure to finally meet you, big fan. And congratulations on this. I mean, the character has legacy. You know, he is the son of an important character in the TV series. Tell us more.
I love the original movies, and I love that sense of humor where you can be silly, where you can surprise people, and have jokes come from out of nowhere. I mean, that's such a fun way to operate. And we haven't really seen it in a long time, so this was a really cool experiment to try to bring that back.
Absolutely. It does feel like we all need to laugh these days.
Yeah.
But the tone has to be right, especially for these slapstick films. The tone has to be the right recipe, the right dosage, doesn't it?
It's a very specific type of humor. I was telling somebody, you know, if comedy was rock and roll or something, it's like, this movie is reggae. Like, it's a very specific thing. Thankfully, we have the brilliant Akiva Schaffer directing the movie, and everyone from the editor to the studio to the cast. I felt like everyone understood the assignment and we were all making the same movie, you know?
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
I just spoke to Akiva and he said that he wanted the most serious actors to come in and have like this very, film noir kind of atmosphere and then make it slapstick. Was that a fun exercise?
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought that too when I saw the cast that was being assembled, and I thought, wow, Danny Houston, Kevin Durand, like these are, in my opinion, these are like actors, CCH Pounder, like these are people that you believe what they're doing. So that is really smart to try to cast dramatically adept people, because then the comedy is more out of left field.
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head sang over and over, "That was awesome."
How did it feel, all of you guys, on set? I mean, obviously, with that kind of humor, there must have been a very light, feel.
It was a light feel. It was also, it could be heavy at times because I think we all felt the pressure of trying to make it right, trying to make it good. And that can be its own burdensome thing. But any day on a comedy, to me, is easier and more fun than a drama. Dramas can be very taxing and annoying and heavy on people, depending what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, especially the ones you were involved in. I mean, they were heavy and taxing.
Right, yeah. Blackburn, Richard Jewell were
for the viewers as well, not only for you as an acting exercise.
Sorry about that, yeah.
No, and they were quite the opposite.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom. I need this one immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business.
It's a skill to be able to master, comedy and drama. That's what acting is all about. So how much do you enjoy being able to stretch it in all sorts of ways?
Yeah, that was always my dream. My dream was to do what I saw like Robin Williams and Jim Carrey do. Even a guy like Philip Seymour Hoffman or John C. Reilly. They get to play in all the different worlds, and selfishly, that's what I always wanted to do. So when I get to do a dark drama for TV and then do a superhero movie or a brilliant comedy that's the dream. I want to keep doing that however long I can.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
Finally, what are you most looking forward for new fans to discover about the Naked Gun series?
More than anything, I really look forward to them seeing how funny Liam and Pam Anderson are. I think their chemistry is dynamite. I believe their relationship, but I love the crazy broad comedy. And it just feels like it's something that I hope happens again. I hope there's a sequel or two, and I hope we get to see Liam and Pam again.
I do too.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet. Pretty smooth.
Oh!
This place is falling apart. Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, "That was awesome."
It's a pleasure to talk to the both of you. You are the duet we never knew we needed. So how did it feel to the both of you when you realized that there was that type of chemistry?
It was a lovely wake-up call for me. Not that I went into this thinking, oh yeah, okay, I'll do this, I'll do that. But it's just, I'd never met Pamela before. I'd done 4 movies now with Danny Houston, some of the crew I'd worked with before. But meeting Pamela was just, it was wonderful. I could tell we had a chemistry that was been nurtured, and it was like, I didn't want to analyze it around it. It was just, oh, this is going to work.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
It's important that it worked because of the tone that is needed for those types of films. I mean, it's slapstick comedy, but you have to find the right dosage in a duet.
I think that the tenderness in the relationship, the sensitivity, the groundedness of the characters, I think, is a nice base, and then everything happens, but it's nice to see true chemistry. I think that helps, and to play it real.
Yeah, play it real, yeah.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom. I need this one immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business.
It has all the premise of a very serious crime movie, and then it's the slapstick. How much fun is it to kind of turn it around like that?
Well, the script, the original script, was good, you know. Seth MacFarlane, Akiva Schaffer, his co-writers, from this world of comedy, television, movies, you know. So we were in safe hands, you know. But yeah, it was important to have a through line of a story, you know. And especially in this day and age, these billionaires that are changing the world as we speak, or trying to. And Danny Houston's character is that mega rich guy who wants to change the world. You know? So I think the storyline itself has a resonance that we could all see as an audience members, you know, say, oh, yeah, I kind of recognize this guy.
Who are you?
Drebin, Detective Frank Drebin. Thanks.
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
Even though we haven't seen a Naked God film in nearly 30 years, it's very present. I mean, people know about it. What do you think makes it so enduring, those types of films?
I think it's just laugh after laugh, belly laugh. You know, there's comedies, and then there's these, you know, high comedies that are just so entertaining. Laughter is good medicine.
Yeah, it is.
We need it.
Especially these days.
Yeah.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect! Why? Who's going to arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
How much is LA a character in those types of films? Because of the homage to the, you know, film noir. Again, although it's comedy, there's a lot of tributes to a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. And we shot it in Atlanta, Georgia, you know. And we did... What done?
You did a little bit.
Yeah, we did a little bit in Los Angeles. Yeah, and it touches on noir, you know.
Yes.
There's a little homage to that type of film, you know. I thought Akiva did a wonderful job, you know, really.
No, he did. It's very pleasant to watch.
Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
Finally, what makes Leslie Nielsen the actor he was?
Well, he was a tremendous actor in so many movies, usually as a heavy and a very serious police inspector or whatever, you know. But when he was on that airplane, unforgettable, eh? Don't call me Shirley. This is straight face. It changed his life, his professional life.
I just loved those films, and I'm not really familiar with Leslie Nielsen's earlier work, but I knew he came from a dramatic background, which sounds familiar. It's nice to surprise people.
Yeah, and do a lot of things. That's what the acting exercise is all about.
Yeah, and sort of make fun of yourself too, in the process. Nobody messes with Police Squad.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. And these are our top stories. French President Emmanuel Macron says security guarantees for Ukraine are ready. That's following a crucial coalition meeting of the willing with President Zelensky in Paris. The number of people killed in a funicular tram crash in Lisbon rises to 16 as Portugal declares a day of mourning. And pressure mounts on the UK's Deputy Prime Minister to resign over a tax error as she fights for her political future. French President Emmanuel Macron has said security guarantees for Ukraine are ready. That's after hosting a coalition of the willing meeting in Paris with President Zelensky today. The Ukrainian leader also said that the US should be part of security guarantees, and he said he discussed putting pressure on Russia during a call with President Donald Trump. Now, to discuss this and all of today's stories, we're joined in the studio by Dr. Ali Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. We're also joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Thank you both for joining us. First of all, we'll turn to you on this, Dr. Ali, the significance of the Coalition of the Willing in Paris meeting today, now that we know loosely kind of what the details are. Did Ukraine actually achieve what they set out to get from this meeting?
I mean, they achieved a nice declaration of intentions, something a bit more than brainstorming, maybe ideas on papers now with some numbers, with some potentials of what is each country willing to engage in that. But all of this remains quite in the air as long as several conditions have not been met yet. First, all of this is a discussion of what's going to happen after a ceasefire, and the ceasefire is still far ahead and not visible when this would happen. Second, are they willing to do that against Russia's approval? I don't think they are. It would be a catastrophe if they do put soldiers without Russia's approval. And if we're going to wait for Russia's approval, Russia's going to approve only the few things that don't damage its reputation, that don't damage its plans in eastern Ukraine in keeping the lands that it has occupied. So I think it is a good step by the Europeans. They are a bit maturing away from the US control, but still I don't think they are able to achieve anything significant without the US involvement in that, and in this specific case, without the Russian approval.
And also maybe without the EU in its entirety being involved behind this. And to you, gentlemen, the EU has said that there's a pretty precise plan for troop deployment in there as well. But now we know that it's 26 countries who are ready to send in troops. 30 were on ground today, or over 30 were on ground today, to strengthen Ukraine's defences. How realistic is that, do you think?
I think I'm not sure how realistic it is. It makes for some good sound bites, and I appreciate the rhetoric of Europe pulling together for a show of force. But there are so many moving parts in this, as we've seen frequently. Russia could do something completely different tomorrow. The countries as well, the leaders who've made these, not promises, but, have been part of the discussions, now have to go back to their countries, and some might need parliamentary votes in order to move forward on this. So there's so many moving parts that it makes the fact that it's realistic, that's very tricky to say, I think. I think, as Dr. Ellie was saying, I wonder if they're now waiting for the US to come in and do the negotiations. Here we've had this big meeting, we've come together, we've got all these agreements, and now they've sort of cleared the ground or laid the groundwork for Trump to come in and start the negotiations.
They did call him during that meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, apparently he jumped on a call with them to be kept up to date.
But I'm wondering if they're now waiting for him to kind of, take that final step. But as far as being realistic, no. But I think it is a step in the right direction.
It's good to see the UK close to the Europeans this way, huh?
Well, I guess since Brexit, this is the closest they're likely to get.
Yes.
But there are many facets, and we'll talk about them in just a while, but not just in the UK, but many European countries that are facing their own individual crisis right now.
Definitely. First, just to conclude on that point, it's been said that the further the UK goes from the US, the closer it is to the European continent altogether, and this is what we're seeing.
Yep.
We're seeing Trump that is pushing away allies or traditional allies, and this has created a special connection and special bond between especially the UK and France, but also with Germany, because they feel this is so threatening for them. But again, as you said, Jono, the French government is going to collapse on Monday. This is almost sure. The British Labour ruling party is facing serious challenge, serious popularity decline. The German economy that used to be the powerhouse of Europe is now facing serious challenges. So who's really pulling the strings? Who's really going to put all these promises into what is feasible without really the US commitment and the US political weight into that action? So I think, as Gemma was saying, it is a good step that Trump can use in a future negotiation. It is not significant on its own. There's a lot to be accounted for, and really European countries are much weaker than they used to be.
And without a peace deal / ceasefire, this is just rhetoric that we've heard before.
Definitely.
Well, earlier on, I spoke to Franek Vyakorga, who is the Chief of Staff to the Belarusian opposition leader. Now, I asked some details about how this could jeopardise with cracks within the EU seeming to form already. Have a listen to this.
Of course it can jeopardize. Of course, everything might happen. No one can predict what will happen next week or next month. The only thing which is stable and clear that Russia, with the help of Lukashenko in Belarus, they will not stop. And even if they will get any ceasefire right now, they will just use this time to prepare for another war. And the next victim could be not Ukraine, not Belarus, but Baltic states. And of course, Russians are using their allies within the European Union and also in America to lobby for giving up Ukraine. And here we have to explain that this is not only about Ukraine and Russia, this is about fight between democracy and tyranny.
Somewhat of a fight with democracy, but Gemma, if this does go ahead, where's the money going to come from?
So this is interesting in that the money is actually coming from frozen Russian assets.
So this is Russian money?
Russian money funding Ukrainian military machine against them. We've come full circle here. Now, evidently, it's already been over £1 billion. That's about $1.23 billion, which is being used to train Ukrainian troops, to provide the military, missiles. So Russia's money is being used against it. And I do wonder how big an effect that will have, these frozen assets? What do you think?
Definitely, they need that money to make the thing happen, but also it's been a very tricky legal argument. Are they actually allowed to use that money or not? And Putin has expressed real fury about that happening. But I think they need it, and I think the money is there, so they are making the best use of it, if we can say. But we have to also remember that Ukraine is also paying from its own minerals, according to the U.S. agreement, to buy American weapons with their own money. So it's everybody benefiting except the Ukrainians, unfortunately.
We had this reiterated from Putin before we even went into this summit as well, but he said he will achieve his aims through military might. That's shaping the discussion ever so slightly as well. Do you think that's having an influence, Dr. Ellie, on the meeting that took place today?
Definitely, the Europeans have a real scare from what Putin would do next if he is not stopped in Ukraine. Definitely the Baltic states, definitely the Belarusian opposition and all of Eastern Europe, but even the UK and Germany do really fear what Putin could be, aiming at if he manages to achieve what he wants in Ukraine by force. So this is for them something that is a long-term commitment. This is for them something that is, I wouldn't say existential, but really a direct and efficient threat. That's why they are willing to put in all that effort, all that financial commitment, and all that military grip, if we can say.
Gemma, Dr. Ellie, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story, and now to Portugal, which is in mourning after a tragic crash which involved Lisbon's historic Gloria funicular, which left at least 16 people dead and more than 20 injured. Now, the 140-year-old cable car derailed and slammed into a building near Liberty Avenue, trapping several passengers. Officials say that foreign nationals are among the victims, and investigators are now working on a case to determine what caused the disaster. Gemma, first to you on this. This funicular is such a symbol of Lisbon. It's on so many different postcards and fridge magnets from there as well. It's shocking for residents, but also for tourists, to see something so iconic that can fail so catastrophically.
Yeah, this is, it's a national monument. It's been designated a national monument, and it carries around 3 million people each year, and the biggest portion of that are tourists. The queues for this funicular, you could be in the queue for like a couple of hours, but everyone wants to ride this. It's such a part of the fabric of the city, and it takes you from the square down below up to sort of this very vibrant area where everyone goes for nightlife and that kind of thing. Now, it put me in mind, seeing the devastation of the crash, it put me in mind of seeing the red double-decker bus in London following the terrorist attack on 7/7. It's this image that is, intrinsic to the city, and it's been blown apart and it's been damaged. So the effect on the people of Lisbon, on the sort of national psyche, will be big, I think.
Dr. Ellie, this, as we mentioned, it's such an iconic piece of the city as well. Do you think it'll affect tourism if something like this is after being hit like this?
It will definitely to a certain extent, but for a short while, I think. This is so iconic. I've been there. I've been to that funicular. It's a beautiful sight. It's just an intrinsic part of Lisbon itself. I think it will suffer for a while, but then tourism will pick up and tourists will just do what tourists do, even if for a while this could be hesitant. They could be hesitant from using something that has been damaged, especially now with the comparison. I understand the imaging and the symbolism of that. Thank God for now, nothing is mentioned about any, intentional damage that happens. Yeah. It seems it's only a maintenance issue, which would not really scare tourists away. This could easily be fixed.
As someone who's been on it, it's 140 years old. Did you feel safe when you were riding something like that?
Safe, yes. It definitely looks and feels old, but this is part of its charm also. That's been running for more than 100 years. That is part of the city and so on. So there's a beauty in that traditional aspect of it, but it definitely felt safe, especially with the quantity of people going on it. And as part of the tourism, it is maintained by the company that runs all of the public transport in Lisbon. So yes, you would assume it is safe.
Gemma, there's a loose cable. That's what's been blamed as a possible cause. And again, there's an investigation underway, so we don't know how plausible that is. But officials are handling this. Is there much transparency? Are we getting much information from that?
They don't. They've been very careful to say that they don't have anything, to offer at the moment. I think given the amount of devastation, given the amount of people who've died, it would be quite churlish to come out with theories immediately. So no, Caris, who are the operators, the president has said that they don't know yet. The investigation has already started. The Office for the Prosecution, the prosecutor's office in Lisbon has started an investigation as well. He did say, though, this is the president of the operator, that the line will open again with a new carriage. So he's been very quick to say, we will reopen, you know, irrespective of what is found. But yeah, most people, most witnesses are agreed that it was a cable snapping, but they haven't come out and officially said that yet.
Dr. Relly, they've announced a National Day of Mourning, and I guess something like that, a National Day of Remembrance, is important, symbolically speaking at least, when a nation is dealing with a tragedy of this magnitude.
Definitely, and we've heard a lot of stories of people coming together, of the locals jumping in to help, of even people who were on the second cable car jumping in to help with the first one. So it really brings people together in a nice way. And if it is an issue about something that is so symbolic, then definitely this is going to unite the people even more. As long as, I guess, everybody would want to hear the truth about it and see who was responsible to be held accountable.
Just to give an update on that as well, the suspension of the 3 other funiculars which are in operation in Lisbon as well have been shut for the moment for urgent safety checks. So the government are saying that is what they're currently doing in order to make sure and dealing with the broader safety issues that may be at play here. Thank you both for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story, this one dominating the headlines today. The UK's Deputy Prime Minister is fighting for her political future, and there are even calls for her to resign after she admitted that she underpaid tax on a flat that she owns. Angela Rayner, who is also the Housing Secretary, has denied that she tried to dodge paying extra tax, and she called the error a mistake, which is based on what she says was legal advice that she received at the time. Now, the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has backed his deputy, but an investigation by his standards advisor into whether she broke ministerial rules is currently ongoing. Gemma, this story has been everywhere today. She's admitted to underpaying stamp duty. She's apologised and said it was a mistake. Is that going to be enough to protect Angela Rayner politically?
Well, do you know who's not happy about this? Her solicitors, who handled it, who have said that they've been made a scapegoat very publicly in all the headlines. Publicly, this is not a great look. We never like it when our politicians make mistakes, you know, whether it was intended or not, and she said clearly that it wasn't. I think what we need to remember as well is she's buying an £800,000 flat in a very expensive area in the UK, which is about 3 times the national house average in the UK.
Yeah.
Especially when there's the cost of living crisis and housing is unattainable for so many people. So that is definitely feeding into, you know, into the story. I do think, though, her background, you know, sort of among voters, is that she's kind of one of them. You know, this is someone who has risen through the ranks. She was a teenage mother living on a council estate. She has a disabled son. She spoke about her struggles raising him. So I do wonder if her personal life will bolster her politically because of how far she's risen. Starmer supports her very strongly. He hasn't yet said what the outcome of the investigation. He still hasn't said if the outcome, you know, is not in her favour that he will fire her. He still won't even say that. So she has a lot of support in the Prime Minister.
I guess it's a bit more difficult for her to play that one of us card when you're after spending $800,000 on it.
Exactly.
This is true.
Keir Starmer, other senior members of the Cabinet as well, Dr. Relly, have rallied around her. But how strong is that support? And also, how quickly could that disappear if the investigation discovers that, actually, maybe there's some wrongdoing?
Exactly. I think Starmer needs her. He likes her. She's a good image for the public. Yeah. But then what she did goes against all that image. It's exactly the opposite of what she's claiming to represent. So I think this is a damage that the Labour cannot afford. If there has been proof, or if the committee finds her, you know, that she did actually do something wrong intentionally, I don't think Starmer can keep her by his side. Maybe he will not take the decision to sack her or to remove her, but she will actually, I think, have to resign in that sense. Put that into perspective, Labour is having a very bad year and very bad even previous year. They are losing their support among the people. I saw a very nice video saying, are Labour intentionally trying to lose the upcoming elections? Because they're doing everything wrong and they are not able to deliver on any of their promises, be it the housing, be it the healthcare, be it international relations, be it the migration issue and the asylum seekers and all of that. And now this comes to hit the core of what they are supposed to represent.
Well, this is it. They were the party who were put in power to weed out exactly this. And cast your minds back to 2003, when she was the very one who was quite vocal about Nadim Zahawi and how he had evaded tax, and it was offshore bank accounts that were involved as well. And although there is nothing legal about evading tax, it's not avoidance, there is the question that when the shoe is now on the other foot, she's expecting the sympathetic ear to be shed. And she has said she thought about stepping down. So understandable. She knows the repercussions of this. Do you think she'll stick around in Parliament given this?
Gosh, given how popular she is in the party and given how tumultuous things are for the Labour Party right now, I think Starmer would rather have people around him, irrespective of, this kind of scandal, to kind of shore up his, position.
But you say how popular she is might change now, given something like this. If you're to re-poll people and ask them their opinion on her now, do you think it will have changed?
Yeah, I do think it will have changed. But that's politics. Your popularity can just change in the blink of an eye. I do think, because Starmer has shown before that he is not afraid of clearing out, the cabinet. He has got rid of some very high-profile people. So I think if he was going to get rid of her, this is the ideal opportunity to do so. But he has not even indicated that he will. So I think she might have some staying power.
Yeah. Maybe, as you said before the show, she might step back from the leading role, but stay there.
Yes, her deputy position may no longer be tenable.
Yeah, this could be something of a middle ground.
For sure, and the Conservatives for sure say that that's the exact scenario. The position is untenable. Now, earlier, I did speak to former Labour Party official Richard Parasite, and I asked him about the optics of the housing minister bending the rules like this. Have a listen.
Britain has a very, very right-wing media, of course, and they hate Angela Rayner, right? She's the person who's pushing for strong workers' rights from day one of employment here in the UK. She's always backed our trade unions. Well, most of the time she's backed our trade unions. She's the person who's pushing hardest for 1.5 million council homes to be built here in the UK. So, she's seen as being a leading light of at least the soft left, as we call it. Therefore, she is always going to be very aggressively criticised by the British media. But then again, she's got enormous support amongst the Labour Party's membership, the Labour Party's parliamentary party, its MPs. And also, actually, if you look at which Labour senior politicians, just Labour voters more generally, support and like, she's very high up that list. So I think in many ways, she's still an electoral asset.
As we heard from Richard there, Gemma, she is very popular with the voters, but something like this can take a big turn. Bad legal advice seems like a very poor excuse for something of such magnitude.
Yeah, and you would think someone in her position would be, crossing the T's and dotting the I's for sure. But just on her popularity, she is the second most popular in the Labour list cabinet rankings, just behind Ed Miliband. So, yeah, she does have so much support. But, yeah, someone of her standing to have made a air quotes mistake of this magnitude, it looks sloppy. So when you're making that kind of error, it will lead people to think, well, are you making errors, in other areas of your work as well? So I think it's the sloppiness that will upset people.
You think Keir Starmer would be worried with something like this, Dr. Ellie?
She's the housing minister.
She's the housing
minister. The whole
minister.
issue is about her house and how
absolutely.
much. So, yeah, I think he would be worried. I think they are looking at the upcoming local elections in May 2026, and they wouldn't want, something like that to affect. If he needs to take a decision, I think he will take it for the sake of the elections and the party in general.
Well, we're going to move on to our next story, but sticking with the UK for this one. British politician Nigel Farage has been in Washington this week, and he's giving evidence to a US Congressional Committee on Free Speech. Farage, who is the leader of Reform UK, has compared the United Kingdom to North Korea. He believes the UK has sunk into what he calls a really awful authoritarian situation. The right-wing leader's appearance has met with criticism from Democrats, as well as UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who's accused him of flying to America to badmouth and talk down our country. Dr. Ellie, Nigel Farage, he is the UK's Donald Trump, isn't he? Comparing the UK to North Korea on free speech might be a little bit of a stretch. What's behind the provocative language that he's using here?
Comparing him to Trump, it means you think he might have election surprises in the upcoming elections?
I honestly believe that Reform UK
I think they will.
Massive ground.
Because what he's arguing, no matter how weird the way he does it does have ears in the United Kingdom and does have people who support all this rhetoric. Now, going to the United States, witnessing in front of the US Congressional Committee, all of that is quite sleazy. This is not the proper way of doing things. And it is, again, a series of what we can call a peak of US intervention in UK politics, which is not very welcomed by British in general and not seen before for a long while ago. Definitely the issue in itself is very critical, and there's a lot of gray area there. The whole issue of freedom of speech, what do you stop, how do you stop it, and where do you put the limits in that? How do you prevent the policing authority from going into a slippery slope of stopping anyone who says anything that they don't like? What is, properly considered as incitement to violence? What is hate speech? All of these are gray areas, and the general public in Britain is challenged with these issues. And some people, the supporters of Farage, but also maybe these supporters are growing in number, they are feeling that their country is becoming more and more oppressive, and they definitely link this to the fight against the wokeness, the fight against migration, the fight against the Muslim invasion of the UK, as they call it, and all these themes all of a sudden become connected to each other to fuel some fundamentalism, if I may say, or radicalism in politics that Farage is definitely benefiting from. And he's definitely listening to what's happening in the Labour Party, very happy and looking at the upcoming elections.
I think that's exactly it, but he's right now just trying to get the sound bites out there and get that on-screen exposure, saying to US lawmakers that the rules are authoritarian. He's been labelled as a Putin-loving free speech imposter. Is it political theatre? Are we seeing Nigel Farage do what he does really well? You have to even admit, if you're not a Farage supporter, you have to look and say, the product is pretty slick.
I am not a fan of Farage, as I've stated before, but you are right. He knows what his supporters want. It's very Trumpian to know what your supporters want and to give that to them. But I'm not sure if the Americans appreciate that they don't, you go to another country and you criticise your country, and I don't think the Americans would appreciate that, to be honest with you. And I don't believe Farage has the heft to affect things, culturally or politically between the US and the UK. He has set himself up as Trump-light, Diet Trump, I might call him here. But kind of calling for the use of diplomacy and trade. It's almost calling for the US to put sanctions on the UK because Nigel Farage has a bee in his bonnet about what he thinks is an attack on free speech. Now, I absolutely loved what the Democrats said to him in this congressional hearing. Congressman Jared Nadler, he asked why the committee had sought evidence from a, quote, fringe politician from the United Kingdom. And Hank Johnson asked Farage to confirm that Reform currently only has 4 MPs. So
5, I think, this evening.
Right, well, yes,
it might have changed as we're on air.
That's true, 5. But it was like they're on to him. But I love that the Democrats were showing their teeth there.
But again, you said the Americans would not appreciate, but the Trumpists would appreciate, because again, the Trumpism, if we may call it, is quite an international movement, if I may say, and these people do feel connected and do want to support each other across countries, across continents. So I think, yes, the Democrats would not like what he said, but what he says might have good hearing ears among the Republicans, especially among supporters of Trump. But still, I don't think anyone would go to the extent of putting sanctions on the UK or actually using trade deals or other things to pressure UK politicians. This is far too fetched.
He did kind of backtrack on that a little bit. He said, oh, no, I wasn't calling for the US to sort of place these sanctions on. I just want American politicians and businesses to try and persuade the UK over this. So, yes, he did do
that they're doing something wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he also brought up something that, and I didn't expect to see this on the world stage, but Nigel Farage mentioned Graham Linehan, who's the co-creator of Father Ted, the IT crowd as well, that he's been the victim of the UK's over-stringent policy on harassment. So he was arrested recently at Heathrow Airport. 5 officers showed up to take him into custody on the basis that he had sent a tweet out which was seen as incitement to hatred. Now, Nigel Farage said that actually that was just him exercising his right to free speech and that this is an overkill on that situation. But he's used this as an example in his speech.
And it's a powerful example, because the notion that 5 police officers are going to turn up to arrest you over a tweet, it does sound something like out of Black Mirror. It does sound a bit crazy. So he is exploiting this, fantastically. Linehan, as we know, he's kind of torched his career with the sort of tweets and being outspoken on trans issues and things like that. But yeah, it is quite a niche person for Farage to be holding up, in the United States. You probably don't know who he is, at all, Linehan. But no, and this would appeal to Farage's, base. Oh, you can't say anything anymore. You can't say what you want anymore. So this is the perfect thing for him to grasp onto.
But I guess, Dr. Relly, that is the concern for a lot of people, and certainly a lot of Farage supporters will feel that's kind of what we feel is going on right now. You can't open your mouth before you get taken to court for something.
Definitely, but I want to put it even broader than the Farage supporters. As a human rights activist all around the world, for me, freedom of speech is a key human right. And if you tend to put limitations on that, you are going into a very slippery slope that you have to be very careful how to regulate for that, how to legalize that, and where to put the limit. What is actually hate speech? What is actually incitement to violence? What is the valid physical proof of calling for an aggression? This is what should be stopped by the law. But the law cannot and should not protect my feelings or protect me from feeling offended or anything of that sort. Even when we speak about defamation laws, you need to actually go to court and prove that you have been damaged physically or financially or something of the sort to actually stop a person from saying something that could be harmful to you. So I thread there very, very carefully. And I do believe that such rhetoric, again, Farage is using it to attract more and more supporters, because definitely there are people in the UK that are feeling things are being pushed too far.
It does seem Farage never treads carefully in anything. He goes both booths into the pond, absolutely no hold back whatsoever.
But I wonder as well, like going to another country and criticising your country, I don't think his supporters would like that, really, because his whole shtick is Britishness, and then he's gone abroad and criticise Britain. And I do wonder if that will have an effect as well.
I guess it depends on what he's criticised a certain element of Britain, and I think a lot of his supporters may go, I feel that as well, and thanks for bringing it to the global attention. He may garner even more support going into elections because of this. I really don't know. Thanks to both of you for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. There is speculation over the state of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's health. That's following apparent efforts to conceal clues about it. Video has emerged of staff wiping down anything that North Korea's leader has touched during his visit to Beijing to join China's Grand Military Parade this week. Frank Smith has this report from Seoul.
The budding friendship between North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and Russian President Vladimir Putin was on full display in Beijing. In their meeting in the Chinese capital, Kim vowed full support for Russia in its war against Ukraine.
As I mentioned to you during our previous meeting, if there is any way we can assist Russia, we will certainly do it as fraternal duty. We will spare no effort in providing help to Russia.
Despite the brotherly affection, video has emerged showing meticulous measures to conceal clues about Kim's health. The clip, posted by a Russian journalist on social media, shows North Korean staff carefully wiping down the arms and back of the chair Kim sat on during talks with Putin, his drinking glass also removed. Reports also say the armored train Kim rode to China for the military parade is equipped with its own private lavatory designed to prevent any biometric data leak that might give hints about his physical condition. That, according to South Korean and other intelligence agencies. This isn't the first time these sorts of protocols have been in place and are designed to prevent foreign intelligence from getting hold of Chairman Kim's biological samples for testing and analysis. That even applies to agencies from countries with friendly relations with North Korea. Analysts have long speculated over the possible health problems Kim faces. Recent reports say Kim is putting on weight and may be struggling with high blood pressure and diabetes. It also comes after the North Korean leader brought his teenage daughter, Kim Joo-ae, to Beijing this week in her first public outing overseas. It's fueled speculation she may be successor to the Kim family dynastic rule over the nuclear-armed state.
For North Korean citizens, seeing Joo-ae's exposure expand from within the country to overseas will likely reinforce the perception that she's almost certainly moving toward becoming the successor.
Details about Kim Joo-ae's age aren't clear, although reports suggest she may be around 13 years old. Officially, she can't be designated as successor in North Korea until she turns 20. But analysts aren't ruling out her father putting aside that rule to formally appoint her as early as the 9th Party Congress in January next year. Frank Smith, Al Arabiya English, Seoul.
Now, it's the time of the show where Gemma and Dr. Ellie have chosen two of the rather quirkier stories of the day to bring to us. Gemma, yours, first of all, tells us the tale of Ned, the lonely snail.
It's like a children's book.
Almost.
I'm going to write this book after this. We need to fire up snail Tinder, okay? Because Ned is a snail. He was found in a garden in New Zealand by, and I know you love this job title.
I love it.
She's an observologist.
Self-defined
A self-defined observologist called Giselle Clarkson. Now, she found Ned in her garden, and she noticed that Ned's shell spirals to the left.
Is that unusual with the snail community?
That is, within the snail community, that makes him 1 in 40,000, because most snail shells spiral to the right. So
I never knew that, see?
No, that's,
yeah,
you were an observologist, you should be fully aware.
Exactly. I have learned so much about snails doing this story. But it also means that his reproductive organs don't line up with most, so he wouldn't be able to, meet a snail lady and have a snail family. So what it's across New Zealand now, everyone's going out into their garden to try and find a snail whose shell spirals also go left, who can be a companion for Ned. Now, Gisella's moved Ned into a fish tank in her house so he doesn't get snapped up by, a passing seagull. Mm-hmm. And, New Zealanders are all on the hunt for a partner for Ned.
Are they willing to take... There's a picture of Ned on the screen that we can see right now, and you can see there very clearly he's differently able due to the circles you can see there. So is it possible that we can find a snail internationally for Ned and therefore have that flown in?
I'm hoping this does go international, because just because a snail is single, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get on, So I do think like an array of snail partners, he could date around a little bit, find the snail that's perfect for him.
So somewhat of a single snail's night, where he kind of goes around the...
Try saying that over and over again.
But then you have to set the mood, so to make sure that the characters
some Barry White
match.
In the background, I don't know what...
Exactly.
It's about personalities as well, remember, So, it's not just... It won't just be a single, snail. So
right.
Ned is on the lookout. So in your garden, if you find a snail's shell which spirals left, could be a potential mate for Ned.
The question is, can you comfortably date and do other things if there are observologists observing you?
I mean, it's basically, there's been TV shows, it's Love Island is what this is.
Your dating life would literally be under the spotlight for
snails.
sure. But look, he's an international superstar now. You know, he could make as many demands as he wanted.
Such a worthy cause.
Yeah, 100%.
I love it.
I think we're all out here looking for different things to support. Get behind this one for sure. If you're a single snail and Ned looks like an attractive mate, well, there you go. Dr. Ellie, a young Australian boy, has just created a new country. He's made it himself. He's the president. Tell us more.
Definitely. First, let's set a little bit of background. It's not uncommon for Australians to declare their own state. We see that every other year or so. An Australian who has bought a piece of land, they'll declare their state, and then the state would care less to actually stop that action. They would produce even coins and passports and so on. So this bloke just took on the heritage of Australia's self-declared states, and he found a small strip of land by the Danube River between Serbia and Croatia. The background of that is also the Yugoslavian war and the fact that how Yugoslavia got divided, and there are still some no-man's lands on the border there. And he found one of those. He went there, he declared his state, and he started accepting applications for citizenship. He actually got 350 citizens to whom he issued passports that cannot travel you anywhere, allow you to travel anywhere, but still you have the passport of that beautiful state. The problem is that after a while, the Croatian government did not like the idea. They invaded the country and they removed him from there by force, and he is now ruling from exile. His government is in Croatia trying to see how he can come back and re-establish his rule.
He's given a title, it's the Free Republic of Verdus. It's a micronation. But there's many of these micronations that exist, right, across the globe. Many of these have popped up, and it happens every couple of years where somebody else would say, this is a micronation, come and live here.
There's again, self-declared entities, but nobody recognizes those. But as long as they are not doing any harm, as long as the states, again, don't care about what's happening there, they might allow it to continue to exist. But being on a border between Croatia and Serbia is not the best place to have that microcosmos there, so eventually he was removed.
So not on the holiday list for next year, Gemma?
What's he offering the citizens? You know, I might invest.
Not much. It's like a nice small forest, and with some small houses there, but nothing more than that, unfortunately.
You have to pay tax. If you're a resident, would you have to pay tax?
I wouldn't know. We have to ask him.
Yeah. If it's no tax, I'm all up for that. Thank you to both of you. That's all from us on W News Extra. Again, a huge thanks to our guests in the studio, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, the Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates, and of course to correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you can follow us on X. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. But goodbye for now.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and coming up on today's programme, European leaders and the Ukrainian president meet in Paris in a bid to up the pressure on President Vladimir Putin after he vowed that Russia will fight on in Ukraine. We ask, what's been agreed there in Europe and what are their options? Plus, Israel estimates that its imminent offensive on Gaza City will displace 1 million Palestinians. We'll get the latest on the humanitarian situation on the ground, as well as the latest as Israel continues its deadly bombardment of the Palestinian enclave. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin in Paris, where European leaders gathered today for a summit with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Well, under discussion, security guarantees for Kyiv in the event that a peace deal is struck, ending Russia's 3.5-year-long war against the country. Well, following on from their talks, the so-called Coalition of the Willing held a video conference with US President Donald Trump. Well, that summit was co-chaired by the French President Emmanuel Macron and the British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Sir Mark Lyall-Grant, who is a former UK ambassador to the United Nations and a former UK National Security Advisor. Sir Mark, thank you very much indeed for joining us once again.
Good evening.
We were just talking there about how the Coalition of the Willing, which is, of course, a group made up of about 30 nations, has been meeting in Paris. It's a mostly European collection of nations, but there is also Canada, Australia and Japan. Are they all looking and sounding united, would you say?
I think the Europeans and those other countries you mentioned are pretty united, Tom, yes. What they're trying to do is two things, really. One is to reassure Ukraine that the financial and military political commitment is there and will continue as long as it's necessary, but also trying to send a message to President Trump that the Europeans are now paying their way, they're stepping up to the plate, they're carrying the burden, but America is required, in particular as some sort of safety net to any security guarantees that are agreed as part of an eventual peace deal.
OK, we heard from a Downing Street spokeswoman earlier today saying Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer thinks it's necessary to, quote, go even further to apply pressure on Putin to secure a cessation of hostilities. I mean, when you hear people talking about applying more pressure on President Putin, what sort of things spring to mind?
Well, essentially, the Europeans are producing a lot of sanctions against Russia. They're now using and seizing some of the Russian frozen assets and using that money to support Ukraine. But the reality is that they need the Americans to actually put both political and economic pressure on Russia. Now, the Europeans this week are being very polite about President Trump, but I think privately they'll be very concerned at the fact that there's been no follow-through in reality to the Alaska summit, that was seen as a success for President Putin, and all the sort of pressure that was building up on Putin in advance of that summit has now dissipated. And Putin is looking quite sort of confident that if he doesn't get what he wants on the negotiating table, he'll secure it militarily.
Indeed, and that's what we heard from him in Beijing, and we'll come on to that in just a moment. But clearly, the attacks on Ukraine are continuing. President Putin appears to have been, using certain delaying tactics, and that's presumably why President Macron says that the question now is, quote, the sincerity of Russia. He also said that, he seemed to be suggesting that President Putin was playing President Trump. Do you agree with that assessment?
100%, yes. I mean, it's quite clear that Trump has been played by Putin very successfully for the last 7 months or so. Putin has been playing for time, gaining ground on the battlefield, and hasn't shifted 1 inch really from his maximalist demands. He repeated most of those again this week. So President Putin was once demanding there'd be a ceasefire and said if Russia didn't agree to that, then, sanctions would be ramped up. If that happened within 10, 12 days, that didn't happen. We had the Alaska summit, and Putin said he didn't want a ceasefire. He wanted an eventual deal, and President Trump appears to have agreed with that. So I think Putin has negotiated extremely successfully against President Trump, who now looks rather weak in his search for a settlement in Ukraine.
And just with regards to security guarantees for Ukraine, we heard from a Russian foreign ministry spokeswoman today saying that Moscow would not entertain the deployment of foreign troops in Ukraine in any format. That being the case, what sorts of security guarantees can be provided?
Well, that's a slightly different line from what other Russians have said in the past, and it's just a sign that, President Putin is ramping up his demands rather than reducing them or compromising on them. But the reality is that if there are some security guarantees, it will involve some troops, and indeed some troops from NATO countries. Not Americans, I'm sure, under President Trump, but nonetheless there will be Europeans. But any security guarantee for the future sovereignty and independence and freedom of action for Ukraine will require some American involvement. Now, whether that safety net is in the form of Patriot missiles or, civilian Americans mining on the ground, etc., has yet to be worked out. But I don't think any security guarantees provided only by the Europeans will be sustainable in the longer term.
Do you think we might see a change of approach now from President Trump, given, as we've been saying, that it's starting to look as though, to many leaders, President Putin's been playing him, to use President Macron's words? I mean, do you anticipate President Trump saying, right, enough is enough, we've done our best, we're now going to turn up the temperature?
Well, I would hope so, Tom, but I'm not confident, to be honest. I mean, we would have said the same thing a month ago. That he appeared to be changing his rhetoric, saying he was getting frustrated and fed up with Putin as Putin intensified his attacks on Kyiv and other cities in Ukraine. But he hasn't followed through. And for whatever reason, he seems very reluctant to increase the pressure on President Putin.
And President Putin, as you were just saying a moment ago, looking and sounding pretty confident. We saw him in Beijing, very much at top table there earlier in the week. And he's been hailing his troops' progress in Ukraine, saying that Russian troops are advancing on all fronts, he says. Although the British Defence Secretary, John Healey, saying he doubts that. What's your opinion? Do you think President Putin is slightly inflating his achievements on the battlefield?
Well, he's certainly inflating his achievements, but equally it's clear that he is making very slow progress at a massive price. We shouldn't forget that Russia's lost over 1 million soldiers killed or seriously maimed, and he's relying increasingly on North Korean soldiers, even some Chinese mercenaries now, to continue this fight. But nonetheless, he is making slow progress, but he's not going to achieve his original aims by just continuing this war indefinitely. That's clear. So yes, he can appear confident, but I think under the surface, Russia is still in quite a vulnerable position.
Let's turn our attention to China for a moment, where, as I was saying just a moment ago, we saw President Putin with President Xi and the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. That seemed to be sort of the Kodak moment from that particular day of celebrations in Beijing. I mean, some are saying that really was a show of challenge to the sort of US-dominated world order. I mean, how rattled do you think Western leaders were seeing those scenes in Beijing yesterday?
I don't think they would have been particularly rattled, although President Trump himself seems to have been stung into a reply on social media. I think you're right that President Putin appeared on the top table, but he appeared in a very subordinate role to President Xi, because I think what we've seen in the last week, not just the military parade and those three particular leaders, but China hosting the 25th summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and by far the largest of those 25 summits, representing 25 leaders, 43% of the world's population. That is a clear demonstration of Chinese power and authority. It demonstrates China's sort of dominant position in the bilateral relationship with Russia. It sends a clear message to America and the West that this is a new alliance, an Eastern alliance, if you like, led by China, with big ambitions to create a new world order. Now, the rhetoric is much greater than the reality. There's huge differences between all these different countries. So I think there's probably more rhetoric than reality in sort of an emerging world order. But these leaders are united by an opposition to American hegemony and opposition to the sort of established rules-based international order that was built up after the Second World War.
We spoke to a prominent Chinese commentator yesterday on this program who says that Beijing wants peace with the world. Its show of force yesterday was really about, peace through strength. He also said that China had been proactive in trying to broker peace in Ukraine. I mean, do you agree with that assessment?
No, I don't think China has helped the situation. I mean, the one thing that President Xi did do right at the beginning of the conflict is warn President Putin off using tactical nuclear weapons, and that was a valuable role. And indeed, China has not directly provided Russia with frontline ammunition and offensive weaponry, as other countries like Iran and North Korea have done. But nonetheless, they have helped to end the isolation of President Trump and given him a lot of economic support by buying oil from Russia when Europe stopped buying Russian oil. So yes, they've been supportive politically, but they haven't really weighed in military terms. And I think behind the scenes, Xi is rather embarrassed at this conflict. And President Putin is ashamed that he hasn't been able to achieve what he thought would take 3 days in 3.5 years so far.
John, what do you think the collective West's approach to China should be? More isolationist, a bit like what's been given to President Putin, or more engagement? Which do you think is the right way forward?
I think you need a bit of both. I mean, I think there needs to be a degree of containment and protection of our interests from China, both in security terms and economically, but equally there needs to be some engagement with China. China is the second largest economy in the world, and Britain and other European countries certainly need to engage with China. So I don't think we're looking at an isolation strategy. And even President Trump actually wants to do a trade deal with China, because he knows how much the United States depends on China in the same way that, China depends on the United States. So they have a mutual interest in reaching some sort of economic and trade deal. And that's presumably why he has imposed secondary sanctions on India, tariffs, high tariffs, 50% tariffs, because India is buying Russian oil, but has not done the same to China, which is buying even more Russian oil.
Yeah, and angering India in the process. We've spoken to several Indian leaders this week who've expressed grave irritation. I mean, clearly that show of force in Beijing yesterday had multiple audiences, and we saw all that weaponry on full display, robotic dogs and all sorts of intelligent and autonomous bits of weaponry on full display. I mean, do you think one of the target audiences was Taiwan?
So, yes, I think, we know that President Xi has set this theoretical deadline of 2027, by which time he wants his military to be capable, at least, of taking Taiwan by force if necessary. But he would clearly want to avoid that if possible, and to smother Taiwan economically, and so that reunification happens on his watch, but without a military battle. Because one of the lessons President Xi will have learned from Ukraine is that, going up against a well-defended, well-motivated, smaller country is not straightforward. And in military terms, an amphibious attack on Taiwan is actually more difficult than what Putin faced in invading Ukraine. So, and also bear in mind that unlike the Russian army, the Chinese army has had no recent military experience. I mean, the last war they fought was against Taiwan back in the 1970s, and they didn't do very well then. So, it's an inexperienced army, and I think President Xi would be very cautious before launching a full-scale operation against Taiwan. But he certainly wants to achieve reunification on his watch, and he thinks there are other ways of doing it. And this sort of demonstration of military power is a way of, trying to weaken the resolve of the Taiwanese and make, split divisions within the political leadership in Taiwan.
And one of the other target audiences from yesterday's parade was clearly people in other countries, people like you and me, who presumably were watching that display. And I wanted to ask you for your sort of personal view, because I've read that you've met some of the characters in question. You've met President Xi, you've met President Putin. I don't know if you've met Kim Jong-un as well. You have to tell us. But
I haven't met him, no.
You haven't met him. But what went through your mind, knowing the modus operandi and the characters of those individuals, having met them, some of them, not all of them we've established. But what went through your mind when you saw them standing shoulder to shoulder yesterday?
Well, I was struck by the demonstration of the change in the balance between Russia and China. Even as short a time ago as when I was at the United Nations, 10 years ago or so, Russia was very much a dominant political force, even though China's economy had surpassed Russia's, many years earlier. At least there was a balance where Russia produced the sort of natural resources and the military might, and China had the economy and the population. But that balance has completely gone because Russia's military might has shown to be something of a paper tiger. Their economy has got very, very weak now. The economy is only 60% the size of the United Kingdom. It's about the same size as Spain. It's very narrowly based. They've got a stagnant population. So, Russia is a declining power in that sense, whereas China is absolutely on the rise. Now, one should overestimate it, because the other aspect that's important to recognize about China is, although it's been a spectacular economic success and they're building up their military, as we saw this week, Xi is not without problems. The economy has got more sluggish. There's been this property crisis, a very high youth unemployment. And whereas economists, as recently as 10 years ago, were suggesting that China's economy will overtake America's, some even said by 2028, that clearly is not going to happen. And there's some doubt about whether China's economy now will ever overtake the United States, given their aging population and inability to bring in migration in order to boost the labor market in the longer term. So I think China does have some serious problems ahead of it, but you're also struck this week by the progress that has been made in the last 20 years in China.
Okay, and just to wrap up our conversation and to sort of turn our attention slightly back to Ukraine, we heard on Wednesday President Trump saying he remains committed to a Russia-Ukraine peace deal. He says, I think we're going to get it all straightened out, he said. Do you share that same sense of optimism?
No, absolutely I don't, because we've seen nothing either in public or in what I have heard about the Alaska summit and some of the private discussions that President Putin has been prepared to compromise on some of his demands, which are completely unacceptable both to Ukraine, but also to the Europeans. And I think there is a danger that President Trump is so keen to get a deal and be seen as the peacemaker that he will try and compromise on Ukraine and European essential interests. And if he does that, it isn't going to be sustainable. And so I'm not at all confident that it would all be sort of straightened out, certainly in the near future. I do think the conflict will come to an end, though, probably at some point this year, but I don't think it's going to happen in the next few weeks.
OK, well, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time, Sir Mark Lyle-Grant. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Now, turning our attention to Gaza, where fresh deadly Israeli strikes have hit western Gaza City. Well, the latest bombardment, which targeted the Zaytun, Sabra and Shajaya districts, is forcing more Palestinians from their home, although thousands are continuing to defy Israeli evacuation orders. Well, Israel's campaign to seize Gaza City is drawing global international condemnation. Well, one senior Israeli military official says 1 million Palestinians will be displaced, but that a new humanitarian area is being created for them. Well, most of Gaza's more than 2 million people have already been displaced at least once during this nearly 2-year-long war. Meanwhile, the United Arab Emirates has warned Israel that the annexation of Palestinian land in the West Bank would constitute a red line and would severely undermine the spirit of the Abraham Accords. Well, this comes after the Israeli Finance Minister, Bezalel Smotrich, called on Prime Minister Netanyahu to extend Israel's grip over the West Bank. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Jonathan Fowler, Senior Communications Manager for UNRWA, who joins us now from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure talking to you, Jonathan. We've received reports of further ground and airstrikes on Gaza City in the last few hours. Are you hearing anything more about what's been happening on the ground?
I mean, we have colleagues working on the ground. It's very difficult to have contact with them. Contact is erratic, but I mean, all the indicators are that the situation is just sort of spiraling and spiraling. The direct humanitarian impacts, you know, I mean, these are beginning as well. I mean, it's just like worsening an existing situation, which was already, quite frankly, apocalyptic.
Yeah, I mean, what is going to be the humanitarian impact of this new Israeli campaign to capture all of Gaza City? What are you forecasting?
I mean, you know, it's always difficult to predict the future, but sadly, we've seen over and over in this war that, you know, the population, the civilians bear the brunt. You know, the huge numbers of people who've been killed, the huge numbers of people who are injured. And there's also the context, of course, that this is a population who've been starved. You know, a total blockade on aid for months, and then a trickle of aid being allowed in by the Israeli authorities since May. So these are people whose coping mechanisms were already, you know, completely frayed, and Gaza City and its surroundings are in a famine situation. So on top of this, now we have forced displacement orders, hundreds of thousands of people who are expected to pick up, go somewhere else. And their survival mechanisms, I mean, there's nothing left. It's like it's very, very hard to describe, but you know, it just feels that this is like sort of a new layer of awfulness.
Yeah, I mean, it's believed that hundreds of thousands of people live amongst what's left of Gaza City. I mean, ruins by the looks of things from the pictures. I mean, and as you say, horrific conditions, limited food, I presume limited access to clean water as well. And yet, a lot of those people are defying evacuation orders. Why do you think that is?
Well, one thing is that, you know, forced displacement at the point of a gun is completely unacceptable under international law. There is no obligation on civilians to move out of a zone just because they're ordered to. I mean, that's a fact. Now, one can assess or not the wisdom of people's choices, but let's not forget that the population of the Gaza Strip has been displaced multiple times. So the people in Gaza City, I mean, these are people who came back during the ceasefire from January to March, including my own colleagues, to try to locate the rubble of their homes, look for the remains of relatives, sadly, under the rubble. I mean, it's a question of rebuilding or trying to rediscover what held them to their previous life. Now, there's also no place that is safe. I mean, we've seen over and over in this war that when people are forcibly displaced to unilaterally declared safe zones, those zones are anything but safe. People get killed there too. So in a way, it's a rational choice born out of a very, very dark and pessimistic experience, which is, so defiance, yes, I mean, it may be considered that way, but it's also about the fact that people have no options.
Sure. And so when you hear an Israeli commander saying people who evacuate from Gaza City will be relocated to, quote, humanitarian areas for displaced people from Gaza City, it doesn't sound like you think that would give you or indeed the people in question any optimism at all.
Absolutely not. I mean, if we sort of scroll back to last year, I mean, there was the same thing, this unilaterally declared humanitarian zone, in inverted commas, in Mawasi, which basically beachside, no infrastructure, nothing for people to live in. Now, if people are driven to areas which are either rubble or have no infrastructure, at the same time that the authorities are not allowing in anywhere near a sufficient amount of shelter material, I mean, how does that work? I mean, that's the big question. You can't just declare that people have to go, and then if they don't go, that's their fault. It's also about the fact that international humanitarian law places certain requirements on all parties, and I want to emphasize all parties to a conflict. And one of those things is not to forcibly displace the population. And indeed, the aid structure which has been put in place by the Israeli authorities is also pretty dysfunctional. And so there's no guarantee that if people go to these places where they're being ordered to go, they'll get what they need anyway.
Indeed, but it has been, maybe it just hasn't been reported adequately in the news, or perhaps the information isn't getting out. But it's been a few weeks since we heard about a major incident at one of the GHF food distribution points. Does that suggest they're getting better at distributing aid, or is it just not being reported when there is a violent incident?
I mean, there have been subsequent reports. I mean, the question is, how does one judge major? I mean, any life lost in and around an aid distribution centre is a tragedy, and it's something that shouldn't happen. So, if 3-4 people get killed, either on their way to these few distribution points or in the vicinity, that may not make headlines in the same way as dozens, for example. The problem there, of course, is, I mean, we're also, this folds into the fact that the distribution points from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, they're insufficient in number. The whole structure is flawed, and the amount of aid that's being allowed in anyway through them, or indeed through, a trickle in through some international organisation, it's just not enough. It's not enough, and aid is supposed to go to where people in need are as well, and that's a basic principle of humanitarian law.
I wanted to ask you, I mean, it's been a couple of weeks since we heard Tom Fletcher, the UN Undersecretary for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief. He declared a famine there in Gaza. Has that declaration made any difference? Has it changed anything? Has it somehow alerted the Israelis to the fact that clearly the world is paying attention and that it is unacceptable for there to be a famine as a result of their actions? What's been the result of that?
I mean, concrete action on the ground, whether there's been any movement, it's very hard to say. I mean, the aid quantities have not risen in any significant way. I mean, that's a fact. We've heard things, for example, from the Israeli authorities a week or so ago. They were talking about, since the lifting of the total siege on aid in May, 10,000 trucks had come in. Well, given that, if you do the mathematics on this, roughly 30 days in a month, and over the course of around 3 months, I mean, you're talking about something in the order of 100 trucks a day, which is about 1/6 of the basic survival numbers needed for the population of the Gaza Strip. So, there's no glory in that. Now, just to clarify the point about the famine, I mean, it's not so much Tom Fletcher having declared that there was a famine. What it is, it's a very lengthy process based on painstaking data gathering by people on the ground, including ourselves. We still have a network of clinics, small number rather, where we see something in the order of 11,000 patients a day, and we do malnutrition screening, notably on children. Our data was fed into an international process, a grouping of United Nations agencies, other humanitarian experts. So, the confirmation of famine, as it were, its existence, it's like confirming something which people felt was there, but then the data shows it. The warnings are that the famine could potentially spread from the Gaza City area to Deir al-Balah and indeed to the Rafah area. Now, the problem is that the data usually catches up after this has happened. So, right here, right now, it's impossible to say whether there's been a significant improvement on the malnutrition, the starvation front. But the fear is that there's not been a significant influx of aid to do anything to alleviate the impacts.
UNRWA, of course, has been continuing to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. I was just wondering if you could tell us about how and where UNRWA is making its calls. What form does that take?
I mean, public advocacy, basically, but also senior officials meeting with governments, either in open forums or the usual sort of diplomatic meetings, and through the voice of the rest of the United Nations system. And, of course, it's not just us saying this. I mean, this is the United Nations system as a collective calling for a ceasefire. It's anybody really who believes in the need for a humanitarian solution and a humanitarian point of view that is calling for this. We just need to see some kind of change. I mean, we have aid sitting in warehouses in Jordan, where I'm speaking from now. We have aid sitting in warehouses in Egypt, about 6,000 trucks worth of aid that could go in if we were allowed to bring it in. And there's aid basically there, and it's achingly close to the Gaza Strip. I mean, the Gaza Strip is, it's not an enormously long drive from Amman, and indeed Egypt's, right on the border. So I mean, this stuff has to be able to go in, and the conditions have to be put in place for this to happen. It's a humanitarian perspective that needs to be paramount now.
And yet, when we put that to Israeli officials and we say to them, hold on, why are you not letting that aid in? They say, it's going to get stolen by Hamas and it won't reach the people that need it. But I mean, I don't really see much logic in that argument. What do you make of that argument?
I mean, this argument has been used over and over and over, and quite frankly, as a talking point. I mean, we've heard, from senior officials from the United States, from the previous administration, that the issue of supposed theft of aid by Hamas and other armed groups, diversion of aid, which was in public stated as a major phenomenon, the leading problem by Israeli officials, was never raised in private meetings. So, there's a disjunct between what's said in public and what's said in diplomatic settings, including, with nations which are close allies of the government of Israel. Now, that's one point. But what is it? The logic is also, the population is being starved, and this isn't a man-made disaster. This is not a natural disaster, rather. This is a man-made disaster. And that is actually quite unconscionable, basically. I mean, it's shocking in any situation that this should be allowed to happen. Particularly because it's essentially being based on a talking point that doesn't stand up to reality. Look, I mean, in any war zone, there's always confusion, and there may be armed actors, gangs, whatever, who may get hold of aid. But the point is, a United Nations-based aid distribution system, which proved its mettle during the ceasefire, as it does around the world, gets aid from A to Z into the hands of the people that need it.
Right, and this is, I'm obviously in agreement with everything you're saying, and just an extension of that is, food scarcity is clearly driving up the price of food, and therefore, if some of it is stolen by gangs and resold on the black market for exorbitant prices, I mean, that wouldn't happen if food was allowed in the quantities it was supposed to happen. It was supposed to be getting in at. So, I mean, this whole idea of bringing about the food scarcity seems to be the underlying problem here, and Israel could tackle that quite easily by letting the food in. I don't know if you make head or tail of my economics, but I'm just trying to make the point that if there was enough food, it wouldn't be such an attractive commodity to then resell.
Precisely. I mean, market economics, supply and demand apply in so many situations and so many contexts, and indeed scarcity, and indeed managed scarcity, or deliberately imposed scarcity, have had a huge impact on the situation in the Gaza Strip. Before 2024, and in 2023, with the sort of constant up and down and limited flows of aid, we saw prices going through the roof, sort of basic commodities in Gaza becoming more expensive than they would be in a place like Switzerland. With an embattled, displaced population, with actually no access to cash as well, or declining access to cash. It's not like ATMs around. The cash people had in their hands gradually turning into, sort of small pieces of paper that were gradually falling apart. So, the means to buy things, and then the huge expense, the cost of commodities, and then during the ceasefire from January to March, the bottom dropped out of this market, this black market, basically. The commodities lost their value, and it wasn't in any interest for criminal gangs to take stuff and resell it. And then, of course, what happened was during the total blockade from March to May, this spiked again. Now, there's been a bit of a dip since some aid has been coming in since May, but it's not been significant enough to do this. And so it's the quantities of aid that could also be used as a tool to make it more possible for people to actually get access to food.
And Jonathan, I mean, a lot's been happening around the world. I mean, the diplomacy, the calls, the outrage, it all continues. We've had the Pope meeting with the Israeli president. There's going to be a meeting later on this month chaired by Saudi Arabia and France. I mean, is there anything that's being done internationally that gives you a sense that perhaps there could be some light at the end of the tunnel here?
I mean, we have to hope so. The point is the ceasefire has been. I mean, we're getting close to 2 years of this war, and this is the longest within this conflict for ever, basically. And that in itself is quite a terrifying prospect. This has to end. It has to end immediately. We do have to hope that the diplomatic moves will develop the required momentum. But something has to change, and people have to make choices. And this is an enormous problem, basically.
I was just looking at the Twitter feed of the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. I mean, he hasn't mentioned Gaza in his Twitter feed for 6 days. The last time he did, he said, this must stop. But, I mean, some people might be wondering why he isn't turning up the temperature and maintaining that pressure. I mean, 6 days is quite a long time, isn't it?
I mean, the thing is he's also Secretary General of the United Nations, and there are many things happening around the world that require his attention. The earthquake in Afghanistan, these kind of issues. So inevitably, there may not be always the same level of visible communication about the need for a ceasefire, but we can all rest assured that the leadership across the United Nations system is fully dedicated to try to bring the ceasefire into place, to try to get this war to end. Whether or not it's talked about as visibly all the time, that just varies, to be honest. But it's clear that we're moving towards the UN General Assembly, coming, and that the tectonic plates may shift, and we just have to hope that that's the case. But, even that said, I mean, every second, every minute that is lost in talking, the time for words is over. This just has to end.
OK. And just before we wrap up, just a quick word on what's happening in the West Bank, because, of course, UNRWA is active there. You've got schools there. Just tell us what's your understanding of what the situation is right now.
The situation in the West Bank is grim, very grim. I mean, it's been, in a sense, if we'd been having this conversation, and I think I've said this to you when we've spoken before, if we were talking in September 2023, we would have been talking about the West Bank, because already then the West Bank was in an unprecedented, or a long unprecedented situation of violence. But what we've seen since the beginning of this year is beyond anything. 30,000 people forcibly displaced from camps in the northern West Bank. The demographics are being shifted on the ground through displacement, through the bulldozing and demolition of those camps. We've had to pivot into a much more humanitarian operation than we would normally do in the West Bank. We continue to provide healthcare and schooling, but we've also needed to distribute blankets, mattresses, food, other kinds of assistance to displaced people. This is the largest wave of displacement there since the 1967 war. It's a level of violence unprecedented since the period of the Intifada. We see repeated attacks and impunity by settlers. All of this situation, and yet we continue to do what I would want to describe as our normal work. I mean, on Monday this week, around 46,000 children went back to our schools in the West Bank. Now, we were able to, for the children who've been displaced from the camps in the north, we've been doing a mixture of online education, in-person education in other structures. But I also want to emphasize that since January, under Israeli legislation, we have been banned from our operations in East Jerusalem. And as a result, they forcibly closed 6 of our schools in East Jerusalem in May, so before the academic year was over, and they've not listed that suspension. So we've got 800 children whose right to education is uncertain. I mean, the Israeli authorities have talked about the fact that the children have been able to, or their parents rather, have been able to sign them up for other schools, and they've all received a response. Now, it's interesting that it's framed that way because nobody knows if the response has been yes or no. Already in East Jerusalem, there were 2,000 missing school places for children from East Jerusalem, and they've added 800 more to those rolls. So the question of the fulfillment of the right to education for these Palestinian East Jerusalemite children is a huge one. So there's many problems, of course, in the West Bank, and it's very troubling. And the evolution of the situation there is something we're watching with deep concern.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. We appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Jonathan Fowler, Senior Communications Manager at UNRWA. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now, for our next segment, it is Thursday, which means we're going to get a check of the top stories in the United States this past couple of days. We can cross to Tampa, Florida, and speak to Republican strategist and lawyer Amanda Mackey, who joins us now. Amanda, great to have you with us. I just want to start by talking to you about a rather unusual story that seems to be doing the rounds in the United States. I mean, I won't give it all away, but the bottom line is President Trump appears to be alive and well, doesn't he?
Absolutely. Undisputable.
What's this rumor? What's this rumor about? Where did it come from?
I think there are a lot of people, as we all know, naysayers, people that just don't like President Trump, and they'll do anything to take him down. I mean, this has been kind of the story of his life for the last at least 4 years, if not longer. And the saga continues. While he's in office, a lot of people are getting upset. He's ruffling a lot of feathers, and that's his prerogative. That's certainly what he campaigned on. He was not here to make friends in Washington, D.C., but rather to make sure that he does the good work of taking care of what needs to be taken care of in the government, providing transparency, getting rid of big corporate interests. And a lot of times you have people that will plant stories to make him look bad or shine him in a negative light. But there is no backing down from President Trump from everything that everyone has witnessed. Compare that to what we had with Joe Biden. In fact, Joe Biden over the weekend, we had a long weekend here in the United States with a Labor Day holiday on Monday, and they showed Joe Biden at an ice cream shop, and he was ambulating like dizzily. He couldn't really make out where he was going. He was licking an ice cream cone in a very strange way. Clearly, he was not able to really be thinking. He couldn't even answer questions. So I think when you compare someone like Joe Biden, who we saw for 4 years, really, we can't even believe that he was there doing this work, and you compare him what President Trump's been able to do, it's not even a comparison. So I think these things are just a bunch of malarkey, and I wouldn't even pay attention to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably, part of the course with having a president who's, on the cusp of 80. I think he turns 80 in June next year, so that'll obviously be a big celebration, but probably get the conspiracy theories working overtime. Just one point before we move on. I mean, there was a photo, wasn't there, of President Trump's hand, some sort of a bruise on it, some sort of a marking on it. Was that, do you think, part of the source of this rumour mongering?
I'm not sure. A bruise on a hand doesn't really mean anything. This is someone who is constantly in the public eye. There are cameras wherever he goes. So, a bruising, you see that often with people, and it doesn't have anything to do with age necessarily. So I have not heard anything. There's nothing going around the rumor mills that I know of. What I see is a very spry 79-year-old who is, from what I understand, he doesn't really sleep. He gets like less than 4 hours of sleep a night, and he's just constantly working around the clock. And so I think that maybe people are jealous to see someone of that age to be able to be doing laps around people half his age.
OK, well, let's put this story to bed once and for all. Let's take a listen to President Trump when asked about this persistent rumour earlier on in the week. Let's listen to what he had to say.
I have heard, it's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said, there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do them for months. You wouldn't see him. And nobody ever said there was ever anything wrong with him, and we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports.
OK, President Trump there. President Trump, of course, as I was saying, 79 years old. He turns 80 on the 14th of June next year. On the 15th of June next year, President Xi Jinping of China will turn 73, and also turning 73 next year will be Vladimir Putin. So those two men, about 6 years younger than President Trump. Very much in the headlines, though, this last couple of days, because we saw President Xi Jinping of China flanked by North Korea's leader, Kim Jong-un, and Vladimir Putin. Clearly those images of those three men did, create a bit of a stir in quite a lot of Western capitals. And I don't think President Trump seems to have appreciated seeing those three men together, did he, judging from what he put on social media? Amanda?
I think he kind of also backtracked a little bit and saying, I'm friends with all these people. I know that they like me, and this isn't really anything of a competition. I mean, if you look at where the United States is with its GDP of nearly $28 trillion, and you compare that to, China, Russia, and even India combined, these RIC nations we've been talking about since the Shanghai summit over the last week, the United States is in a league of its own, and President Trump knows that. He still has ties with Modi. Yes, they've put a 50% tariff on India, but I don't think that means that they are no longer, engaged in any kind of relationship or things that have gotten bitter. I mean, certainly Modi was one of his closest allies in his last administration. J.D. Vance, the vice president, and his Indian American wife and family visited with Modi just in February. I think the bigger issue right now for President Trump is he's trying to stop war from continuing between Ukraine and Russia. And he's doing everything, even though he doesn't have a dog in the fight. We are not in close proximity to that area. Yes, there are some in Congress that are Republicans that want to see the support for Ukraine. But the reality is that President Trump campaigned on saying, this is not my war to fight. This is not our war to fight in the United States. And so what he's trying to do is to stop the killings. That's what he wants. And if he believes that India is continuing to purchase really all that Russia has, which is oil, and is able to do that and continue to fund and perpetuate what's happening between Ukraine and Russia, he's going to try to put a lid on it. And that's what he's trying to do. He's tried to stop it. And so, again, this is not a war that President Trump campaigned on fighting. To the contrary, he did not say he was going to fight it. He just wants to see an end to it. So seeing the image, going back to the image that you're talking about, I don't know that it necessarily matters to him. He was certainly invited to go. But the bottom line is that he wants to, broker an agreement between Ukraine and Russia, and that is his goal right now.
Yeah, we've spoken to a lot of people in India in the last couple of days. I mean, a lot of them really quite angry with Washington right now. They seem to have taken this very badly, the additional tariffs, which are obviously hurting livelihoods in India. And we've also heard some people, even Republicans, who are a little bit worried that, India is not a friend that Washington can afford to lose. And, I'm just wondering if that sense of concern is reaching the White House.
I can't say for sure. I mean, certainly the Indian American community is very vibrant. They do tend to lean maybe more Republican as small business owners, just kind of aligned on those core principles of the party and of Donald Trump. Certainly, Donald Trump is someone who is pro-business. Indian Americans here are very prolific in the business community, whether it's small business or large business. You see them as CEOs and heads of companies here in the United States and abroad. So I think that does not fall on deaf ears. I think the president is aware, but sometimes you have to look at the greater good that is trying to be accomplished. And while it is important for President Trump to remain, allied with India, certainly we view them as a friend, not a foe. You have to also think of what the goal is and what President Trump is trying to accomplish. He wants India to engage and be a part of that, helping to stop the war from continuing between Ukraine and Russia. And Russia has shown its bullying tactics. Russia has shown, certainly through Putin and Medvedev, that they will move the goalpost whenever it is convenient for them. They are only talking. They are not producing. They're not doing any actions here. And so President Trump rightfully is getting frustrated, as should most anyone who doesn't want to see a war continue between these two countries.
Okay, let's move on to another story, which isn't so far away from where you are now in Tampa, Florida, just across the Caribbean Sea, a couple of thousand kilometers south, which isn't a huge distance by American standards. Something happened in the seas off Venezuela. A number of people believed to be drug traffickers were targeted by the United States, and it appears that a number of people were killed. What happened?
Well, this is a huge story in the United States because it really goes to the heart of what President Trump has been trying to do, which is, basically label these groups as, foreign terrorists, groups that are committing, horrific crimes in the United States. And that is in the form of fentanyl and the fentanyl deaths that are happening. We have heard President Trump talk ad nauseum about the fentanyl issue and the fentanyl crisis. As little as what would fit on your pinky nail that can kill people. And yet what was obtained through the seizure was in the amount of about $600 million US dollars that would have been sold on the market, the black market, if you will. And so this was a huge interception, what President Trump was able to do through the Department of Justice and Homeland Security and ICE agents, of course. And so he views this as a huge success, as do many Americans, because President Trump campaigned on keeping America safe. He's done that not only with the southern border wall, where Joe Biden left that largely open and allowing people to come through. He secured the southern border wall, and now he's doing drug interdiction, where you're not having those ingredients, those main ingredients that are required to create the methamphetamines that are then turned around and sold on our streets, and the fentanyl that's being sold on our streets. So his platform when he campaigned was on cleaning up crime and drugs. And he was able to do that in the largest seizure we've seen. So this is a huge celebration, really. I mean, if you see the social media in the United States, everyone is really giving a lot of kudos to Judge Jeanine Pirro, who's now D.C., highest D.C. lawyer for Washington, D.C. And so you're seeing a lot of praise happen for President Trump over this.
Okay, and just lastly, Amanda, another story that is also quite close to where you are right now. It's actually in the same state as where you are right now. Florida on track, it would appear, to ban vaccine mandates for school children. What are people saying about this?
So I always want to preface this, because I've gotten so many phone calls since last night about this, that this does require the legislature to act on things that are enacted in law. So there are some vaccines that have been done by executive order, and then some that are in law and statute. And so those have to actually be undone by the legislature. So that is not happening like tomorrow, like some people want it to. To that point, I think there are a lot of people that believe that, for example, if you're in your 40s and you were given immunizations, vaccinations in the 80s, what does that schedule look like as compared to what your children are getting today? There are certainly some, like measles, mumps, rubella, those types of vaccines that can be spread easily. So a lot of people are worried about, what does that mean for my children being in schools with kids that have not been vaccinated? And what does that ultimately mean for the safety of my child? But there are certainly some vaccines that that are required to give boosters to children, and they do not have herd issues with that. They do not spread. So there does have to be certainly transparency in this process, and really looking and seeing, we are going to look as mothers to who is it that we are going to get guidance from on what our children need. But I will say, in the state of Florida, the free state of Florida, you had a lot of people who moved here 2020 and subsequent to the 2020 and years after that moved here for that very freedom to not have to be given COVID vaccines and to escape those states, especially in the Northeast and out West. The Pacific Northwest, I should say, they don't want to be subject to being told what to do. They want more medical transparency. They want more autonomy in their medical decisions. But I do think it causes some concerns for mothers who want to know, well, what is it that I do need to have my children get? But then the state is saying, we're leaving it up to you to decide what is best for you and your child. And for a lot of people, that is very liberating. And that is what they want out of this governor and out of this Republican administration in Florida.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for helping us make sense of four interesting stories in very little time. Amanda Mackey, Republican strategist, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
أهلا بكم مشاهدي العربية.
Dear viewers of Al Arabiya channel, we would like to greet you from the capital of the Republic of Azerbaijan, the beautiful city of Baku. Today, I will have the honor of conducting a special interview with the President of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev. Of course, this meeting comes in the period following the agreement signed between Armenia and Azerbaijan with the support of US President Donald Trump. Today, we are living through those historic days, and we will discuss this very issue. At the same time, we will also talk about Azerbaijan's role between East and West. Likewise, we will discuss Azerbaijan's role in the South Caucasus. Mr. President, welcome to Al Arabiya channel.
إلى هذه المقابلة على قناة العربية.
Very good to see you. Welcome to Azerbaijan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. With your permission, I would now like to refer to that historic agreement signed between Armenia and Azerbaijan through the mediation efforts of Donald Trump. I would like to know your vision in general and how long will it go after all?
Well, I think what happened in Washington on the 8th of August is actually the end of confrontation and end of standoff. We've been for a long time at war with Armenia. It was Armenia which occupied Azerbaijani territory since the beginning of the 90s. And at that time, Azerbaijan was very weak. We didn't have army. And Armenia had external supporters who supported them in occupation of Azerbaijani territories. So almost 20% of our territories were occupied by them, and we had 1 million refugees. So at that time, it was one of the highest ratio per capita. Population of Azerbaijan was 8 million, so 1 million were homeless. The First Karabakh War ended in 1994 by ceasefire, and we were engaged in the series of endless and, as we've seen, useless negotiations, which lasted until 2020, when the Second Karabakh War started and we liberated our internationally recognized territories. Almost 5 years ago, during the 44 years liberation war, Azerbaijan restored justice, international law, and its dignity, and returned our lands. So after that, there was a certain vacuum in the process because at that time mediators didn't know what they should do next. And it was again Azerbaijan which offered to start a peace process with Armenia. Again, we initiated the format of negotiations. We introduced the draft of peace agreement. And actually, what was initialed in Washington on 8th of August was based on Azerbaijani version of how we see interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan should be framed. So negotiation lasted, as I said, for several years and ended in Washington with great support from President Trump and his team. So actually, I think that this is the end of conflict, end of war. Formally, the peace agreement was not signed for one particular reason, that there is still provision in Armenian constitution which puts under doubt Azerbaijan's territorial integrity. So they will make amendment, as far as we understand, and as soon as this amendment to constitution is done and territorial claims to Azerbaijan are deducted from the constitution, the formal peace agreement will be signed. But the fact that Azerbaijan and Armenia in White House, in front of President Trump, initialed this document means that it's the end of war which lasted in stages for more than 30 years. And it opens absolutely new opportunities for the region of Southern Caucasus and for a broader region of Central Asia and Middle East.
فخامة الرئيس بما أنك تتحدث عن التعديل بالمؤسسات الدستورية داخل
Mr. President, you noted the amendment to the Armenian constitution, and now when we talk about the peace, is there any internal political change? If it happens in Armenia, will it harm the process?
الرئيس وغيره.
It's difficult to say. I can only guess. I hope that nothing will interfere into the process. But again, I don't have 100% guarantees because I'm not well aware about the internal politics of Armenia. We know that next summer they will have a parliamentary elections. We know that they're working on the draft of new constitution. But if there is a strong external interference, yes, we may think that something can break what has been agreed, but that will be very harmful for Armenia itself, because no matter who signed the documents in Washington, they were signed on behalf of Armenia by Armenian leader. And if something happens there with respect to the changes, and they will step back from what has been signed, that will seriously deteriorate relations between Armenia and United States, and not only United States, but international community supported this process. European Union supported, Turkey supported, our friends in Arab countries supported. So the whole international community were positive with respect to that. So breaking this arrangement means to go against the entire world and what they will earn. For Armenia, what was signed in Washington is a guarantee for peace and for stable development. I spoke a little bit about the First Karabakh War, but you know, in order to illustrate what happened to us, probably we will need days and months. There was an ethnic cleansing, there was a Khojaly genocide, innocent people were killed. We still have more than 3,000 people missing. And there was a strong emotional feelings here in Azerbaijan. Even when the war of 2020 ended with our victory, still there were people in Azerbaijan who demanded revenge. But I told at that time when I addressed the people that we took revenge on the battlefield. We will not do to them what they've done to us, because what they've done to us were war crimes. So what I'm trying to say is that if any future government of Armenia, no matter when this government or if it comes to power, will put under doubt what has been signed in Washington, then Armenia will face serious complications. Because the balance of powers in the region is absolutely in our favor from all points of view. I think it's obvious to everyone. And if Armenia would again put under doubt our territorial integrity, we will respond adequately. The importance of what has been signed in Washington is that both sides recognize territorial integrity of each other and will plan their future interaction based on these fundamental thesis of international law. So if they stop recognizing our territorial integrity, we will do the same with their territorial integrity, and who will win and who will lose, I think it's a rhetoric question. So I think that there'll be enough wisdom and reasonable approach from any future Armenian government not to put under doubt what we agreed in Washington. And again, it's agreement between two states. It's not agreement between Pashinyan and myself.
Sure. سيد الرئيس بما أنك تتحدث عن يعني ضرورة أن يبقى هذا.
Mr. President, as you have noted, the understanding should stay stable in the future. And there were a lot of tragedies in Nagorno-Karabakh. How you have started the reconstruction? Because we would like to know the IDPs, both Armenian and Azerbaijani. And in addition to that, did the Minsk group end by this signing?
Yes, the solution of the Minsk group was one of the conditions which Azerbaijan put forward in the very first stages of negotiations, and our logic was based on the fact that when Minsk group was created by OSCE in 1992, it was created to address the Karabakh conflict. So when Armenia officially recognizes Karabakh as part of Azerbaijan, and when they say that the conflict is over, that means that the legal existence of Minsk group is absurd. And if they insist on keeping it alive, that means that they still have territorial claims to Karabakh. So that was the logic which was the basis for our position. And it took us a lot of time and effort to persuade Armenia to agree that both sides should write a letter to OSCE in order to dissolve the Minsk group, what happened in the presence of President Trump. So now the process has started, and that will be the legal death of Minsk group, because it's already dysfunctional for almost 5 years. With respect to IDPs, during the first Karabakh War, there have been no Armenian IDPs, because Azerbaijan did not occupy territory of Armenia. They occupied our territory. That's why we had so many refugees and IDPs which lived in difficult conditions during these years. We introduced the program of the resettlement even during the times of occupation, because absolute majority of them lived in tent camps for more than a decade. So we started to abolish tent camps as soon as I became president, and we finished that process in 2007. But still, tens of thousands of them lived in very poor conditions. So now the process of return, based on the program which is called the Program of Great Return, have started. And we already settled more than 50,000 of former IDPs in the liberated territories. And the process is continuing. There have been two major impediments. First, landmines. Armenians have planted more than 1 million landmines during the times of occupation. And after the Second Karabakh War ended in November 2020 until today, we have almost 400 casualties. More than 70 killed, and the rest severely injured because of the landmines. So these landmines do not allow us to have a broad, large-scale reconstruction process, because we need first to provide safety. And second, it was a total destruction of infrastructure in Karabakh. Our cities and villages were leveled to ground. Sanitation, water supply, electricity, railroads, highways, all was totally ruined. So we spent most of our money in these first years of reconstruction to build infrastructure, and in parallel to build villages and cities. So now we are almost in the final stage of infrastructural development. I think the full infrastructure projects will be ready maybe in 2-3 years. And now we spend more money for housing projects. So it's now visible, like buildings are coming from the middle of nowhere. And our plan is to provide decent housing conditions, jobs for all the former IDPs, and the process has started. As I said, more than 50,000 already live on the ancestral lands.
سيد الرئيس يعني أيضاً
Mr. President, one of the main issues arising from the agreement was to make Azerbaijani dream come true. What we talk about it is the dream of Zanzibar corridor that come true, or what we call Trump route. Why Trump route has come to the table? In addition to that, which stage will this Trump route promise for Azerbaijan to undergo? Of course, this corridor will play an important strategic role between Azerbaijan and Europe.
In order to answer this question, I should go into a little bit of history and just to explain the people who watch us how it happened that Azerbaijan is divided in two. So it was done in the first months of Sovietization of Azerbaijan. When Russian Empire collapsed in 1917, Azerbaijan established Azerbaijan Democratic Republic. It was the first democratic republic in the Muslim world, which was established in May 1918. And it lived until April 1920, when Russian army invaded Azerbaijan and occupied it. The Bolsheviks, which made a revolution in 1917, they lied to people because their slogans were factories to workers, land to farmers, freedom to peoples. And that's how Azerbaijani people became free. We established our own state. But Bolsheviks took it from us. So in April 1920, Russian army invaded Azerbaijan and occupied it. In November 1920, just several months after that, Soviet Russian government decided to take Zangezur, we call it Western Zangezur, from Azerbaijan and to give it to Armenia. And that's how Azerbaijan became divided in two, mainland and Nakhchivan. And Western Zangezur was just in between. During the Soviet times, it was not a problem because there were no borders and there was no wars. So people could go freely by cars or by railroad from mainland to Nakhchivan. But after Armenia launched aggression against Azerbaijan, they cut that connection line, they cut the corridor. And today, in order to get to Nakhchivan, we have either to fly there or to go by buses or by cars through the territory of Iran, or even longer route to go through the territory of Georgia, Turkey, and then enter Nakhchivan. So it's a lot of inconvenience and a lot of problems. So after Second Karabakh War ended with our victory, we could have taken that part by force. At that time, Armenian army was totally demoralized. There have been 12,000 deserters, people who ran from war, in Armenian army, and 0 in Azerbaijani army. Azerbaijani army was motivated, people were motivated, and there was no one in front of us. We just stopped on the 10th of November 2020 on our border. We didn't take that part by force, but we told Armenia that they cannot block us from communications with Nakhchivan. So for almost 5 years, we've been negotiating with them about these connectivity lines. In the meantime, we started to build railroad towards Armenian border to connect it with Nakhchivan, and started to build highways. Highway project probably will be ready next year, as well as a railroad. But during this almost 5 years of negotiations, Armenia was not demonstrating constructive approach with respect to our demands or legitimate requests. So when President Trump and his team started to be involved in the process and wanted to facilitate, So our message to them was, without Zangezur corridor being operational and being safe, so that Azerbaijani citizens can go safely this 40-plus kilometers route, there must be strong security guarantees. There must be international security guarantees. Only security guarantees from Armenia will not be enough. So Trump's administration accepted this legitimate concern with a proper attitude, and that's how it turned into TRIP, Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity. So now when President Trump gave his name to Zangezur corridor, I'm sure that it will materialize very soon. From point of building the physical infrastructure, I mean the railroad, it should not take long time because it's only 42 kilometers. If we were to build it, we would have done it in 1 year. Maybe for Armenia, it will need some more years because we have more experience in building railroads.
By American investors?
It is not yet decided, but yes, it is possible to be done by American investors. Actually, for us, it doesn't matter. For us, important is that it is built, and important is that there is international security guarantees. In other words, when Azerbaijanis travel from Nakhchivan to mainland and backwards, they should not feel discomfort. They should not be afraid of their security, taking into account the long-lasting standoff and the hostility. So now I think it is very close to be implemented, and it's now for Armenia to do their part of the job. As far as we're concerned, again, I'd like to say that all infrastructure to connect two parts of Azerbaijan on our territory is now being implemented. But it's not only about connection to parts of Azerbaijan, it's about building a new transportation line. Today, the Middle Corridor, one of its branches, which goes across the Caspian from Asia, goes from Azerbaijan to Georgia, to Turkey, and then to Europe, and also to Georgian seaports. This is the only way how to connect Asia with Europe through Azerbaijan. So Zangezur corridor or TRIP will give alternative. So the second corridor will go through the territory of Armenia. And this is a benefit to Armenia. And I was trying to deliver this message to my Armenian colleagues that they will eventually become a transit country. Every country, if has a potential, tries to become a transit country.
Yeah.
We, for instance, we want to be a transit country. We want corridors to cross Azerbaijan from east to west, north to south. Armenia, because of occupation, was deprived from that. There is no transit going across the country. So with Zangezur corridor, Armenia will get transit fees from transportation, and taking into account that the volumes of cargoes from Asia to Europe through Azerbaijan is growing year after year, I'm sure that the Zangezur corridor will be important transportation link which will connect the continents.
بما أنك تتحدث سيد الرئيس عن أهمية زنجزور.
Mr. President, you have been speaking about the importance of Zanzibar. Following the signing process, there are two teams, I mean Russian and Iran. I will start with Iranian. As far as I know, the Iranian president visited Azerbaijan. He has even Azerbaijani origin. He spoke here in Azerbaijani. For the time being, following these geopolitical changes, how do you see the relations between Azerbaijan and Iran?
Yes, you're right. President of Iran visited Azerbaijan. Actually, he visited Azerbaijan twice. First, on official visit, and second, he attended the summit of Economic Cooperation Organization in liberated Karabakh in the city of Khankandi. And we established very good working relations with him. Yes, you're absolutely right. He's Azerbaijani. He's the same blood as I am. We speak the same language. We don't need interpreters. And by the way, he knows Azerbaijani poems better than I do. And actually, he demonstrated here during one of the public events his knowledge about Azerbaijani poetry, and he doesn't need any notes. He's a very talented person. So this is really a good opportunity, and I think our personal relations and relations between his administration and my administration are very constructive and very friendly. And with respect to official position of Iran towards the new development, we consider it as very reasonable and very positive. When I say official position, I mean the position of president and foreign minister. This is official position.
The other positioning?
Other? Well, we are basing our policy based on those politicians which have been elected by the people of Iran and which have a mandate to implement their duties, and these are president. There have been certain voices of some former officials which now are named like advisors. I don't know what kind of advisors they give. Immediately that reaction was very...
You talk about the advisors of the Murshid and
yes,
some other advisors.
Yes, yes. So this position for us is not important at all. It has zero importance to us because our interstate relations are between the governments, between the presidents, between foreign ministers. Therefore, we totally ignore these false narratives which have been articulated by so-called advisors. So for us, everything is clear. Position of president is absolutely reasonable and is based on the fact that Zangezur corridor is not in any way a threat to Iran. There have been a lot of rumors in some media, in some internet sites that Azerbaijan is planning to occupy Zangezur. Azerbaijan is planning to cut Iranian-Armenian border, and that was absolutely false. We didn't have such an intention. Again, if we wanted to do it, we would have done it. In November 2020, it was very easy to do, and throughout all these 5 years, it was very easy to do. It's only 40 kilometers. Just from military point of view, it will take not much time. Just from both sides you come, from Nakhchivan and from mainland, and you take it.
Azerbaijan has the power, the military power to do it.
Of course, of course. And everybody knows it. And even those who give bad advices, they know it, that we have this power. We didn't do it because we are not aggressors. We are not country which occupies. We are people and country which liberates. That's what we've done. And our war was a just war, was a liberation war.
No.
Was war on our soil, a war of restoration of justice. So from this point of view, I think that all these rumors that we were planning to cut Armenian-Iranian border now are absolutely groundless. Everybody knows that. By the way, during this 5 years' time, when Armenia was blocking the opening of Zangezur corridor, we agreed with the Iranian government, again, government to government, to build a bypass on Iranian territory. And it was called Araz corridor, by the name of the river Araz. So Azerbaijan already invests a lot of money in building the bridge over the Araz river to bypass Armenia. So if you look at the map, you'll see it's not difficult to do. You just come to the Armenian-Azerbaijani border and then make a turn to the left, build a bridge across the river, and go 40 kilometers on Iranian territory and then enter Nakhchivan again. So this project is already in the phase of implementation. So when corridor through Armenia is opened, so we will have two ways. We will have more opportunities to deliver cargo. One way through Iran, another way through Armenia. We also discussed with our Iranian colleagues from the government that there may be a necessity to build a railroad on Iranian side of the river. If that happens, if Iran does it, then part of cargoes will go through Iran. And what is more important, which some advisors which give bad advices do not understand, this is not only between Azerbaijan and Azerbaijan, not only between East and West, but it is also between North and South.
Will
the Zangezur affect the North Corridor in Iran?
No, it will only help. Because first, the North-South corridor, which originally was planned and designed, goes from Northern Europe, Russia, Azerbaijan, Iran, just straight line. If you look at the map, it goes on the territory of Azerbaijan, partly just by the shore of the Caspian Sea.
Will they meet at some point?
Now, yes. So this is an authentic North-South corridor, which is fully built on Azerbaijani territory. We have full railroad and highway connection between the Russian border and Iranian border. The missing part is on the territory of Iran. They need to build some 150 or more kilometers, but that will take time, maybe several years. What can happen with connection between North and South? It can go through Zangezur. Again, if you imagine the map, it can go from Northern Europe to Russia, to Azerbaijan, and then from Azerbaijan, it can go to Zangezur, enter Nakhchivan, and from Nakhchivan, we have a railroad connection with Iran. So actually, Zangezur corridor will not only be east-west, but also north-south transportation corridor. And instead of one north-south route from Russia to Iran, Azerbaijan, Iran, we will have another one from Russia to Azerbaijan, Armenia, Nakhchivan, Iran. So it will be, I think, a win-win situation for the whole region, and there'll be no losers. And I know that Iranian government, coming back to your question, understands it, and Azerbaijan will do everything in order to strengthen regional cooperation between all the countries of the region.
Currently, Russia on the other side, as we know, there was a shooting down of Azerbaijani plane, and the relations are not the same. Will it be an attempt to revise the diplomatic relations?
The shooting of Azerbaijani civilian plane by Russia and the reaction of Russian officials to that create a very big frustration and disappointment in Azerbaijan. First, this shooting shouldn't have happened in the first place, because when there are drone attacks on Russian airports, they announce the special regime. They call it a carpet, in Russian ковер, and all the planes get a signal that there is a drone attack, and they turn back. 2 weeks before that crash, the same happened with our plane, which was flying to the same Russian city, and they got this signal, so they turned back. This time, they did not give this signal. They gave the signal after the plane already was shot down. So they did it in order just to mislead those who would investigate. They shot it twice. Only professionalism and courage of the pilots made it possible for plane to land. And fortunately, it landed in Kazakhstan, not in Russia. If it landed in Russia, now, judging by how Russian investigation goes, I'm absolutely sure they would have tried to hide all the evidences.
Oh.
It landed in Kazakhstan, and there was a crash. Some people survived, and we have those who gave evidence. We have 2 people who were in the plane who were injured by the shrapnel which penetrated the fuselage. We have remainings of the plane, and immediately I sent the team. It's not far away, it's only 40 minutes flight. Immediately our team was there on the site and they filmed everything. So you can find it on the internet. All the fuselage was in holes, shrapnel. And to say that that were birds or Ukrainian drone which hit the plane is absurd. It was damaged by Russian air defense system. We know which system, we know who gave the orders, we know the names of those people who are responsible for that, and we know those who want to cover up. So shooting the plane should have happened in the first place, but that was a tragic mistake. But behavior of Russian officials after that, this is unacceptable.
After all this, it's just a quick question. After all this attitude, I mean Russian attitude, are you afraid from any Russian movement in the area to stop what Azerbaijan is trying to do? I mean, on geographical level, on in the corridor and everything?
Well, they have their military base in Armenia with several thousand military personnel. At the same time, Armenian border with Iran and Turkey are protected by Russian border security. There is not a single Russian soldier on Azerbaijani soil.
Yes.
So what may happen in Armenia, I don't know. But I don't want to think about this negative scenario.
Yes. سأنتقل إلى الشرق الأوسط.
Let me switch to something else in the Middle East. You have also played a mediation role between Middle East and Israel. You are providing your support to bring natural gas to Syria. The current developments between Syria and Israel and steps that are made between them, to what point are you searching peace between Israel and Syria? Is there something promising between these two countries?
Well, I think that there are chances for normalization of relations between Israel and Syria. First, I'd like to come to your comments about natural gas to Syria. You know, we didn't have any relations with the government of President Assad for more than a decade. They treated Azerbaijan in a very unfair way. In our confrontation with Armenia, they took Armenian side, which for us was very strange, because we enjoyed a very strong support from Muslim countries during the years of occupation. And Islamic Cooperation Organization always supported us. So Azerbaijan is a country which highly values the principles of Islamic solidarity. So aligning with Armenia against Azerbaijan, aligning with a country which demolished mosques and kept pigs and cows in mosques, for us was unacceptable. So both sides, the team of President Assad and our team, cut all the contacts. So for more than a decade. So when the new government in Syria came to power, we were very enthusiastic about that, and definitely we supported that. And I had a meeting with Ahmed al-Shara in Turkey this April, and invited him to visit Azerbaijan, and he came on an official visit. And we started to provide humanitarian assistance to Syria. I sent a big team to Syria, led by the Deputy Prime Minister, to see how we can be helpful, what we can do. We only want peace for this country, for these people who suffered for so many years. And we want that they live in peace and to see development there. So this started. And then the issue of shortage of electricity came to our attention, and we started to think how we can be helpful. And we had a trilateral and even quadrilateral arrangement between Azerbaijan, Syria, Turkey, and Qatar in order to help Syria with natural gas, to convert it into electricity. So the ceremony of the beginning of that process took place on the 2nd of August. Azerbaijani gas through Turkey is coming to Syria, and the Qatar government was so generous to provide funds for that. So far we agreed about 1.2 billion cubic meters of natural gas to Syria, but their demands are higher. So in the future we can increase the volume of gas so that they have less shortages. In the meantime, negotiations between officials from Israel and Syria took place with our mediation. We want peace around us. We, as a country and people who suffered from aggression, from war, we understand what it is to be refugee, what it is to be homeless, not to have gas, electricity, water, or food. So we actually became already for many years a donor country. We provide financial support, humanitarian support to almost 100 countries, 80 plus countries. So our goal was only to help to have normalization and to create a predictable situation between Israel and Syria. And if we helped a little bit, we are happy with that. We see that there is a potential for normalization, and that will bring additional elements of peace and predictability to the Middle East.
Israel, they agreed on having this normalization while respecting the unity of Syria?
Yes, definitely. Azerbaijan, as a country which suffered from violation of territorial integrity, supports territorial integrity of all the countries. And our position on that is straightforward. And again, coming back to what we discussed about Azerbaijan-Russian relations, we, from the very first days of Russian invasion to Ukraine, supported Ukraine's territorial integrity and continue to support it. And of course, unity and territorial integrity of Syria is number one precondition for any kind of relationship. And not only legal unity and control of the boundaries, but physical unity. The country must have a centralized system, or at least a system which operates and functions with respect to political institutions. We are strongly against any forms of separatism, whether it was in Karabakh or in Syria or in any other place of the world.
So we understand that Azerbaijan under your leadership is playing an important role. So we understand that Azerbaijan under your leadership is playing an important role in the mediation. What about Turkey and Israel? Your mediation between these two countries, especially that we talk about the Kurd file there. What about the current mediation between Israel and Turkey?
Well, we are trying to be helpful when we see that there's a chance for normalization. And during the first stage of normalization between Turkey and Israel. Azerbaijani role was appreciated by both countries. And you know, there was a visit of Israeli President Isaac Herzog to Turkey. And so we were happy that two countries are now finding the common grounds. At the moment, relationship between Turkey and Israel are more tense than ever before. Therefore, if we are asked to step in, we will do it. If not, we will try just to use maybe some not very public diplomatic efforts in order to help to find a ground. Because the most important is safety and security. We know very well the value of security. We've been at war in different forms of war for more than 30 years. So it makes you totally preoccupied with that.
No.
For me as a president for 17 years, since I became president until we liberated Karabakh, that was issue number 1, number 2, number 10. I was totally preoccupied then day and night. So it, of course, distracted not only me, but the whole team from many other things which could have done maybe more faster and in a more efficient way. So any potential threat, any even hypothetical threat of physical confrontation is harmful.
Yeah.
It's harmful for people, for countries, for the economy, for the credit rating, for everything. So we are trying to provide, based on our experience, because we had experience of being occupied, we have experience of being a victorious country, we have experience being at war, and now we have experience how to reach peace. So we know how to do it. And also our diversified foreign policy directions also allows Azerbaijan to be in the middle of events, because not many countries today can talk in a very sincere way to those who are now in difficult terms. So we are ready to do it. We hope it will work. But of course, we don't want to impose ourselves on anyone. We just do what is necessary when we are asked for that.
Currently in the Middle East, there is a big role played by Azerbaijan, and this role is measured by not only natural gas of Azerbaijan. The natural gas of Azerbaijan goes to European countries and to Eastern countries. Is it possible that natural gas from Azerbaijan can go to some Arabian countries like Egypt or any other country around Syria? And will it help the situation there in general?
With respect to energy, so yes, you're right. Our main destination for natural gas is Europe. We provide gas to 10 European countries. 8 of them are members of EU. So for these countries, Azerbaijani gas really plays an important role in the energy security, and this role will grow. I already publicly announced our plans for the coming years. By 2030, we will have guaranteed additional 8 billion cubic meters of natural gas, plus to what we have today. And the question is how to use it, in which direction. And of course, entering Middle East with our natural resources is a first experience for us. We think that, as I already said, we can increase the volume of gas to Syria. And also we can provide gas supplies to other countries through Arabian gas pipeline or through other means, through swaps. Also, we are trading energy resources. We are not only selling our own oil and gas, but we are working as an international trader. So our potential is bigger than one can imagine. So from this point of view, I think it's an important factor. With respect to relationship with countries of Middle East, primarily with members of Gulf cooperation countries, are very good, very friendly, and very result-oriented. We have a very strong partnership with these countries, and by the way, our main investors in renewable energy are companies from UAE and Saudi Arabia. So they are our main investors. They already are investing now. And by the way, our renewable potential also should not be underestimated. By 2030 again, based on the signed contracts and investments from primarily UAE and Saudi Arabia and China, we plan to have 6 gigawatts of solar and wind energy. Plus, we are actively building the hydropower stations in Karabakh. Already almost 300 megawatts we already created. So this is important part of relationship between Azerbaijan and members of Gulf cooperation country, because we have fossil fuel and also we work actively on renewables. And together we can do many good projects. By the way, ADNOC, very important energy company from UAE, became a shareholder of one of our biggest gas fields in the Caspian. At the same time, our state company, SOCAR, became a shareholder of one of the projects in oil development in UAE. We really are now in the active phase of working on a broad investment portfolio. Political relations are excellent, so we concentrate on practical investment projects in energy and not only. In hospitality, in tourism, in agriculture, so many projects are in the pipeline. For instance, one of the leading company of Saudi Arabia was selected by us as a partner in building the desalination plant here on the Caspian shore, which will provide a lot of opportunities for agriculture and also for people. So this is a big part of our foreign policy agenda. I would say one of the main priorities of our foreign policy, cooperation with the countries of the Gulf.
And also, how are the relations between Azerbaijan and Arab countries? In addition, Mr. President, we think that your country is playing an important role in the regional process. Is there any step that can be taken by Azerbaijan to make good relations between the Sunni and Shia communities? Not necessarily inside of Azerbaijan, I'm talking in general.
Well, you know, in Azerbaijani society, Muslims of all faiths live as one family. And there was never any kind of division between different branches of Islam, I think.
Not here, in the area, I mean.
Yes, but for addressing...
To have it as a platform, like you are a mediator, and to have it as a platform of communication between them.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, but this is based on our experience. It is based on not only slogans, not only statements, because there can be many statements, but you need to look to the core of the issue, to look how these issues are being addressed in Azerbaijan. For us, first is national ethnic identity. Second is citizenship, or maybe also the first is citizenship, along with ethnic identity. And this sectorial issue for absolute majority of Azerbaijan is absolutely nowhere, even not on the 100th place. And Azerbaijanis, they are, as an ethnic group, they consist of representatives of different branches of Islam, but we all are united by our ethnicity, by our language, and by our state. And not only Muslims, representatives of other religions in Azerbaijan, they feel the same. What we've done here during the period of independence was to strengthen these positive trends. And it's one of the few countries where Shia and Sunni Muslims pray at the same time, at the same mosque, and we do not divide. And we think that the biggest threat to Muslim world is sectorial division. And those who advocate for sectorial division do the most harmful thing to the Muslim world. We must be united. We are Muslims, and for us, this is number one. Absolutely free from any foreign interference, because we had not only advocate for these values, we also had to protect ourselves ideologically from any kinds of penetration, from any kinds of attempts to spread the seeds of hatred between the Muslims. So this is highly valued in the Muslim world. And my numerous meetings with the leading religious leaders of the Muslim world demonstrate that in Muslim world, in political spectrum or in religious spectrum, there is a high appreciation of our role. So we demonstrate that it is possible, and we demonstrate the success story, and we demonstrate that there is a peace, stability, and comfort. So this is what people need. The people need to live in peace, to raise their children, to live happily, to have jobs, not to be afraid that the bombs will fall on their head, or someone will put a bomb in your, neighborhood. So we do many things on intercultural dialogue. We have regular international conferences on intercultural dialogue every second year, where we address all these important issues, not only issues which are important for the Muslims, but for the all religions. From this point of view, our role is mainly based on what we have done here, and this how it can be done in other places. And I think that now in a political circle of absolute majority of Muslim countries, I have a lot of contact between the presidents. There is understanding that Muslims must be united, and sectarial division is a threat to our unity.
So you meet with the vision of Gulf country peace for prosperity.
Exactly.
Yes. سيد الرئيس التقيت
Mr. President, you had a meeting with President Trump, and he's considered as an exceptional figure among American presidents. What impressed you the most during that meeting? Will you really nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yes, exactly. Together with Armenian colleague, we nominated President Trump for Nobel Peace Prize. He really deserves it. As I said in my comments in Washington, in several months, he made a miracle in Africa, in Asia, in Southern Caucasus. And this is his character, this is his nature. He wants peace. He is a person which is absolutely different from a traditional image of Western leader. He is very friendly, he is very generous. He was so generous to give all his gifts, even more that was planned. He really was a person who deserves a lot of credit. That was my first meeting with him, and but my attitude to him as a politician was always positive. Even during his first term, though at that time we didn't have a chance to meet. And especially when he was He was deprived from being elected by the electoral fraud of deep state representatives. They stole his victory. And what he is saying about putting an end to mail-in ballot is absolutely right thing to do, because American administrations always like to lecture the whole world how to live, how to build democracy, how
That's so
to
true.
we all know that, how to address elections, but they themselves made the biggest election fraud against President Trump, depriving him from victory. So during that time when he was not a president, he behaved in a very decent manner. He demonstrated great courage and dignity, and to come back in America with all these frogs in the swamp, you know, like USID, Radio Liberty, fake news like Washington Post, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Newsweek, all of them were against him. All of them were demonizing him the same way how they demonized me, for instance. Not maybe the same level, but the same way, spreading rumors.
هذا حصل that happened during Biden time when he insisted on keeping the 907.
Yes, exactly. Biden reimposed 907. Now 07 was lifted in 2001. Why? Because they needed us in Afghanistan. They needed our sky, they needed our sea, they needed the railroad. We provided very important support to American logistics and transportation. So as soon as Biden ran away from Afghanistan, they reimposed the sanction on us. So can you be so unthankful? What we would think about you, and we cut all the relations with them. With Biden administration, it was zero. It was a disaster. So Trump is absolutely different. He is a person which not only, I'm sure, will make America again great, he will make America again to be admired, as we all did in all times, when America was a symbol of prosperity, of freedom, of development. He will do it, I'm sure. If he managed in 6 months to bring peace to so many locations, he will do it, but he has a strong resistance. The system is against him. And also what I'd like to underline, especially what touched me, was how he behaved during that assassination attempt. That cannot be played. No speechwriter, no political advisor can do it. That's how the person reacts. He's a brave man and great leader, and I am proud, really proud, that he treats me as a friend.
فخامة الرئيس بالختام.
Mr. President, let me conclude with my final question. Azerbaijan plays an important role among the Turkish-speaking states. How do you see this role, and how do you envision Azerbaijan's role in its region and neighborhood in the future?
Well, organization of Turkic states has great potential now. Azerbaijan was always straightforward in strengthening this institution. It started as a kind of a group of countries, as a consultative group, as a council, but then it transformed. So it has a great potential. And our close relations with Turkey, which are now based on alliance declaration, which we signed with President Erdogan in Shusha in 2021, which makes us military allies and political allies from legal point of view. It's an important factor not only for both countries, but for the whole Turkish world. Last year we signed an alliance agreement with Uzbekistan and also with other members of Organization of Turkish States. We have strategic partnership agreements or declaration. So it's a big potential. We are united by our roots, which makes this organization unique. Because if you look at other international organizations, not all of them, or maybe I don't know which of them, also is united by the common ethnic root. Yeah, we are different peoples, but we have all common, our roots coming from the Turkic ethnicity. We have growing population, which is also an important factor for every country. When it is supported by economic development, it is advantage. Sometimes it's disadvantage when countries are poor, but our countries, they are not poor. We have natural resources, not in every country, but in many. We have broad geography. Turkey is a leading military force on the global scale. In NATO, it's second army after United States. Azerbaijani army also demonstrated itself on the battlefield, not on parades. And connectivity. And when we talk about today about corridors, you cannot avoid us. You cannot. You should use us, our territories, our facilities. And also important is that in all members of organization, there is a political stability and friendly relations between each other and between all. So this is really makes organization unique. So we need to strengthen it. And we need to strengthen it by concrete projects, by investments, by energy, by transportation, by cultural projects. So I see in the future this organization as one of the important global actors. So our view is to transform it into a global actor which can play a role on international arena, which not only be preoccupied with our internal issues, but to play a stabilizing role on international arena, positive role, generating opportunities for the neighbors, and demonstrating that on such a huge geography, you can build a strong unity, which is not a threat to anyone, but which is an opportunity to many.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are pleased to see you again. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for receiving us here in Baku. Mr. President, thank you very much. Dear viewers, with this, our special interview comes to an end. We had the honor of interviewing the President of Azerbaijan in the capital city of Baku.
شكرا لحسن المتابعة وإلى اللقاء.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then, there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side. Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.